Alrighty, I think we've got the sound once again. Here we go. That's just what happens in the virtual world. So once again, si Willis Janvier Houche, Ninte last two as Lalash, Saskatchewan, Clearwater River Dene Nation, band member at the Hisleu, and we're in the Treaty 10 territory, Birch Narrows Dene Nation. And Ashley, once again, I'll get you to introduce yourself.
Sorry, technical difficulties.
Yeah.
His first rodeo.
Yeah.
My name is Ashley
Making me
Collingbull.
nervous, son.
I'm a model, actress, and motivational speaker. I'm from Treaty 6 territory in Enoch Cree Nation. I'm just really thankful to be here because, like I said earlier when the mic wasn't working, this is my second in-person event since 2019. Like, everything has been virtual for me, so it's really exciting to be back around people again. So hopefully I'll get some laughs in person instead of on Zoom now.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to have you up here. It's tell us a bit about you talk about the pandemic and how this started. I know you guys were in the U.S. or something and kind of follow you on social media and what that has done for you. And I'm pretty sure you took on you took care of your own body, you did self-care, physical. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, at the beginning of the pandemic, I felt really lost because, all my work revolves around travel, being with people, modeling. So everything is in person. And when I had to leave Florida, I went back home, back to Alberta, and I had to do the 2-week quarantine and everything just got shut down. Like, all my work got shut down and I just felt like really lost and kind of like unsure like where I'm going to go. And I was just sitting there like eating cheesies on the couch for like hours a day. And I thought this probably isn't the best thing for my mental health. Like, I'm the kind of person that's always moving, always doing something. So then I started focusing on movement is medicine and working on my physical health. And whether that was just like running, walking my dog, or doing like little things downstairs. And then I really started doing like decent workouts and I started working out every day. Like, that's how I'd start my day. And it felt really good because, after I did a workout, I was like, oh, wow, I accomplished that today. I took care of my physical, which also helps my mental. And now I just need to work on my spiritual. And that's basically how I start every day, was with a gratitude list and working on my health. And that helped me mentally a lot. And now I'm probably in like the best shape of my life. I feel great. And, I feel like I can take on anything now.
That's good. That's good stuff. I wish I felt like that this morning. This guy made me nervous. We had trouble with technical difficulties. And, you've been in the, how can I word this, in Indigenous world here at the forefront of everything in the last, about 5, 7, 8 years now. That's a lot to take in to kind of jump into. Like, you've won Miss Universe and then you represent Nike 7 and all that. So how do you juggle all of that? And I know you got to take off today too to Toronto and that's a busy day. I thought this 4 days was tough, but
yeah, that's honestly like my life again. Yesterday I flew from Vancouver Island and I drove from Saskatoon up here and then driving back to Saskatoon, flying to Toronto tomorrow, campaign the next day, and then flying out right after. So that's my life. But, a lot of things that I've accomplished in my life, I was the first like Indigenous woman to do so. But the most important thing to me is that, knowing that I'm not the last. Like, yes, I have to break a lot of barriers and glass ceilings, but to me, it's like, making sure that those spaces are comfortable for other Indigenous people to walk through so that they can, be confident in those spaces and take up that space to shine. Because, it is kind of a burden being the first for a lot of things because there's a lot of pressure on me, and a lot of pressure from other people. So it is a burden, but, I take it no problem. I'm glad I'm, breaking these barriers because, I'm not the last.
Yeah, that's good. And that's what you're going to do here today, to inspire the youth of northern Saskatchewan. And, you reach down back into your culture to deal with the stuff you dealt with. Tell us a bit about, what your presentation today is going to be like. And, we'll make this short and quick because I know you got to go up on stage here in a few minutes. But, yeah.
Yeah, so today I talk a lot about basically my story is really a story of resilience. I've dealt with similar things that a lot of people have dealt with in Indian country. I grew up from poverty and abuse, and my story is just all about how I turned my life around and how I found myself, how culture really saved me. staying on the red road now, and then also how I chased my passions, but overcoming adversity and being an Indigenous woman and being in these spaces, and growing to really love and appreciate myself for the way the Creator made me. I think a lot of the kids really need to hear that, because we deal with a lot of racism, and I think the most important thing is that because I'm here, they see representation like right in front of their face instead of seeing it virtually. I feel like if you see something physically in front of you that the dream is possible, then they will also feel that way, because I've come from the same path as these kids, so it's important for them to see that dreams are possible. And I'm here taking the time to let them know, like, this is what it takes and this is how I overcame it. I'm here for you.
Good stuff, right from the Enoch Cree First Nation. Right here, we got Ashley Collingbull. Did you change your last name?
I'm going to. I'm waiting till all my travel is up this summer.
Are we gonna go with
Ashley Rabbit?
Yeah.
As some people would say, Ashley Wapoose. I'm like, but my husband is Blackfoot, so you gotta call me Ashley Rabbit.
Yeah, Ashley Wapoose. Being the first Indigenous, model, or all that stuff, and breaking into mainstream society's fashion world, whether it's speaking or in the fashion. What is that like for you? Were you intimidated or challenged many times, where you had to stand up for that young Indigenous voice, that is being maybe discriminated against, but they don't actually hear it? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So for me to like just be in these spaces is really hard. And a lot of times people tell me I don't belong here, because I stick out like a sore thumb, because I'm Indigenous, or because of where I've come from, what I look like, my skin color. Regardless of what it is, people always tell me that I don't belong in these spaces. And, I always tell myself I belong wherever I want to belong. And that's right here. So when I'm in these spaces, breaking these barriers and overcoming a lot, I just think about like what else can happen next and what kind of positive ripple effect I can leave behind. And, it's great to know that I can overcome a lot of things in my life, but also challenge myself to try new things and see what else I'm made of.
Good stuff, Nezu. All this good, positive energy right here. We're live here this morning too, and that's all I got for you today. I'm gonna let you get ready, and the presentation will be live here, so the people will be watching. And I want to say Masi Cho for joining me here today. It is an honor to have you. We've met many years ago, but to be able to do this, she talked about being the first. Indigenous woman to do all that stuff, and being a Dene language podcaster and all that stuff. And we all can connect in one way or another as Indigenous people. So Masi Cho Ashley Wapoose Collingbull for joining me here.
Thank you.
Masi Cho. Alrighty, Salotine Kudun Zinege. We're going to be live here. We're going to bring the event to you here in a bit. 10 more minutes, and stay tuned. We're going to have Nathan is going to join you actually for the rest, and we're going to get ready. So be prepared. Make sure you share this page, and we'll be here all day. We've got Ashley gone at 9:30, and then we've got, is it Winnick?
James Jones.
James Jones, Notorious Cree. Yeah, I've got to go read over the schedule for today.
Like everyone will know him from TikTok.
Yeah, the TikTok guy. Have you gotten into TikTok?
I tried to. I tried to actually with James's one of his things inspired me to do like a transition video. And now I'm kind of into TikTok here and there, catching up, trying to keep up with the times.
Do you stay up till 4 a.m. to watch it?
No, but my mother-in-law loves TikTok. She loves scrolling. I'll just hear her laughing. But yeah, it could be addicting for sure.
Yeah, it is. I'm trying to break up with TikTok right now, but yeah, what social media. It's been a tough year. I mean, it's been good for us, but I mean, it's a kind of bad for you. Being someone who's got to be in person, right? Like it's crazy, but. With that, I'm going to let you guys go. I'm going to have Nathan here join you guys. And once again, thank you. Stay tuned for Ashley Collingbull and Notorious Cree. Masi Cho. Who?
Hello.
Hey, bro, come take a picture.
I don't know if you guys can you guys hear me on here right now? Oh, that was cool. All right. Hello. Hello. Oh, there we go. When you have a big famous indigenous star like Ashley, it's pretty deadly, and then I kind of just killing the vibe stepping in here, but on the, Ashley, on the way down here, we were wondering who is gonna be interviewing you, so he won. Anyway, good job. So there you guys go, right on, Willis. How do you say thank you in Dene? Mosi. Mosi or Mosi? Mercy Mossy. So there you guys go. We're gonna get ready here for the stage, and we got everyone ready to rock and roll here at the Birch Narrows Seeking the Good Life conference. And we are live here. We just did I didn't do it, the interview. Willis did the interview. There's Ashley right now getting ready, meeting and greeting. And we have, who else do we have here? James Jones, like Willis said, is going to be here as well. And I don't know what else is going on through the day. I don't have a schedule in front of me. But here it's day two. And we're going to be here for 4 days. So just so you guys know, we are ready to rock. Exciting times. I want to get a youth in here. A youth or even one of the coordinators. But I'm excited, you guys. We are excited for this. And I'm just kind of seeing all the comments here. Oh, yeah, we had no sound. Like you said, you guys, that's what happens when you go live. Stuff happens. It just sometimes sound doesn't work, and it's just like a little on our part. But we got here early to make sure everything was set up, and then it is what it is. But everything's working now, so we will be live through the whole day. I don't know who's on line here, but you guys, please share this wherever you are. We want to get as many people watching as we can. We are going to be live here at the school. Everyone's just getting a picture right now. Put them on the camera there. Big fans. Everyone here is just excited to see. And it's always good when we can support Indigenous success, such as Ashley and James Jones, and encourage the youth to get out there and succeed. There's going to be a lot of trials and tribulations, and you can hear that in a lot of. Oh, I see somebody with a Calgary Flames cup. Right on. But going forward, there's a lot of, sometimes there's a lot of doubt. Not sometimes. A lot of times there's a lot of doubt in the youth and even the older generation when you're living on the reserve and, your situation. And sometimes you just think, there's just nothing out there for you. But that's not true. There's a whole wide world. And I mean that legit. Like there's a whole wide world. It's not just Saskatoon or PA or North Battleford or, there's Alberta, there's right across Canada, there's the States. If you know this now, if you don't know, I'm going to tell you now, we have the J Treaty for Treaty First Nations, and we do not have a border. So you guys we can go down into the States and get a social security number and start working down there. So just a little bit of information for you. If you are treaty status, but I mean, that opens the whole world, to go down and do whatever you want. And even working across the world, you don't always have to stick around here. And a lot of people that get out there and test the limits of what's going on with their lives and push that limit are the ones that are always succeeding. They fail, trust me. A lot of people you see out there that are succeeding in life have failed massive failure in their life, but they keep pushing and they keep pushing and they keep going. So excited here. Excited. Is she playing bingo tonight? I don't know. But Willis is up there. I'm going to see if Willis, don't forget to turn on that mic. It's on? All right, I think we're gonna go to Willis here, you guys.
We've got a few more minutes, so the students, if you want to come up to sign up for door prizes, throw your name in. We've got lots of prizes here today.
Turn it on. I don't think he turned it on. But exciting, you guys. Exciting. Really excited of what's happening here today. We got a nice little setup. A lot of kids. Everyone just excited to be here. I'm going to show you that. We got the Birch narrow stage, and then we got the kids that are ready to rock and roll. Not the bingo machine. Don't say, bro. All right. Big shout out to Cal Crazy Legs Arcand in the chat here today. Yeah, this is you guys. Yesterday I was nervous here at the beginning of what was going on, and I was worried about the internet connection and all that. But everything just literally worked out, and everything is just awesome up here. Getting treated really good. Don't believe Willis when you say I was scared to be up here. I was really pumped because I'd never been this far north on this side. And to be in a new community and with the Dene Nation as well, it's nice to see you. It's so beautiful up here. I can only imagine how beautiful it is up here in the summer. I have been up north in the Shambo, Stanley Mission area in the summer as well, and just amazing scenery over there. So I can see what they live over here. Just having a massive lake right beside you, and man, yeah. Morning, Tristan. I want to give a shout out to you, brother. I've been watching your snaps. And if anyone's trying to get a hold of me and Willis during the day, you can't because there's no phone service where we are. There's only internet service. So I guess, and then, yeah, it's weird. Anyway, you can't get a hold of us, but only right now until we get back to our hotel room. But big shout out to you, brother. We're, like I said, we're all wishing you well and all the best. And, we all love you. And, your community is rooting for you and everyone is. And, we just hope for the best for you, brother. Things are going to get better. They always do. They always do. You're going to be talking when you're really old about this time. You battled adversity and got through it. So big shout out to you, brother. Yes. Wi-Fi. Oh, do they have Wi-Fi? Is that what you call it? Oh, I guess, yeah. Miranda, are you from here? Wi-Fi calling. Is that what they do around here? Yeah. You guys, if you're from up north here, you guys look into Starlink, starlink.com. Go to Starlink. And it's the Elon Musk internet. And Willis said Lalosh has it right now. So, so you guys can get it up here. And it's super, super fast. So check it out, Starlink. But we're getting ready to rock and roll here. Got all the camera angles. Oh, we only got 2, but I wanted to do 4 camera angles today, but I think we'll push that limit tomorrow. There's going to be breakout rooms, and exciting times. I think we're going to get ready to go here. I think Willis is
testing. If you didn't get a chance to sign up for the door prizes, get in line here. And we're going to get started here in a few minutes. They're Turner Donuts,
getting ready for Ashley Collinbo, and I do apologize, you guys. Yesterday when we did have some issues with the audio, like I said, anything can happen, and me and Willis are we're always like getting thrown in the fire and solving as we go, and we do prepare at the beginning and get everything going. But like I said, we're live. It's a different beast, man. Anything can happen. So we got all the audio fixed up and ready to go. So we want you guys to enjoy the show. Let's go.
And I want to welcome you all. Good morning. Day 2 of the FTNI Honiden Conference, Seeking the Good Life. Masi Cho for joining us. Today we're going to have Ashley Collingbull is the first keynote that's going to speak for you guys here, and then we're going to have Notorious Cree James Jones. Notorious Cree is probably on the way. Hopefully the roads are a little bad, but he'll make it here. We're going to have a hoop dance presentation, and then at 12 o'clock we'll have lunch. And then this afternoon we're going to have breakout sessions, 1 o'clock to 1:45, 2 to 2:45, and then 3 to 3:45. We'll have Mike Linklater, basketball, Joey Genero, gang awareness, James Jones, healthy lifestyle, Caitlin Cottrell, sexuality and you, Kendra Weenie, health relationships, Victor Tasazi, we're going to have some hand games, Denny hand games, Indigenous entrepreneur and musician Okama Clothing is going to be here, Tiffany Adam, TB11 Nita, and then the nurse, sexually transmitted infection. And then this evening, we're going to have hair and makeup. Who wants to get their hair and makeup done? Hey? Yeah? We've got 3 over here. Sign up with your chaperone. You got to sign up with your chaperone. And then 1 to 4, we've also got a photo shoot with Curtis Cameron. We'll have the green screen. I don't know if it'll use a green screen. Nope. Okay. And you also got to sign up with your chaperone for that as well. 5:30, we're going to have dinner at right here in the school gym. And then this evening, we're going to have a youth round dance with Victor Tasazi, the Denny round dance. So warm up your hips and knees. If you're young, you're okay. And then that's it. That wraps up the evening, the day. Another beautiful day. Masi Cho for joining us. Okay, we'll do a few draws. What do we got? Looks like earrings. We've got earrings, Nike N7, Hilberg and Birch earrings. How do I open this? Oh, I don't want to wreck it, but. Okay, the first name drawn for Hilberg and Birch earrings, Caden S. Caden S is the first winner. There. You're gonna give that to your girlfriend. It's gonna look real pretty. Should we throw them back in? After? Okay. Our next one is Jace. Jace, we've got a hoodie. Maybe you can trade for the earrings, I don't know. We're gonna do another set of earrings. Remember, you guys gotta sign up here with Angel. Riley, Ryleigh. Riley. So we've got another hoodie or zip up. You're going to be a Nike N7 ambassador of Turner Lake. Parker Cataract. Yay, Parker, come on up. Don't be shy. You just won yourself a hoodie, a sweater. You're going to be a Nike ambassador. Good job. Congratulations, all the winners, the youth today. So we'll get started, I guess. Yep. So then everybody take a seat and we'll get started here. I know we're missing a few schools that are supposed to be here this morning, but the highway is a bit snowy and it was something we're not used to every day. But anyways, once again, welcome to the 2022 Eshtihenai Honi. Then I'll just ask you to please be quiet and respectful during the presentation. And I'm going to introduce Ashley Collingbull here this morning is going to be your first keynote speaker. Ashley Collingbull is a model, Nike N7 ambassador. She's the first Indigenous woman to, break into the fashion industry and to win Miss Universe. So I just want to say, Masi Cho for joining us and welcome her, Turner Lake, Ashley Collingbull here this morning.
All right, you just put it there. So, okay. Thank you so much. Oh, this is it, 10:15. Hey, everybody. See if I can even walk with it. It feels so good to be here because I was telling everybody this is like my second in-person thing since 2019. Everything that I've been doing has been virtually on the computer because of the pandemic. So it feels good to be in person. Drove a long way to get here. But yeah, my name is Ashley Collingbull. I'm from the Enoch Nation, which is in Treaty 6 territory. You know, a lot of people can look me up or look me up online and they can see all the things that I've accomplished and, all my success. But they don't know the true story of what it took to get there. They don't know the barriers I had to overcome to become the person I am now. And like every story, we'll start from the beginning. Growing up, I grew with my grandparents and single mother. I grew with my mission. And, I was very lucky that they're a medicine man and medicine woman. So the lifestyle that I was brought in was, we revolved our lives around the sweat lodge, around ceremonies. That's how I grew up. And, life was wonderful for me that way. But when I was 5, that's when we actually moved away, me and my mom. It was, I won't make it too detailed, but, when we moved away, we moved to another reserve. And it was one of those situations where my mom was living with her boyfriend at the time. And this man was actually seen as a leader in his community and worked with kids. So in our minds, he looked like a good person, nice and whatnot. But it wasn't long after that I started being abused in multiple ways. And I was only 5 when this started happening to me. So, as a child, I didn't know if this was okay or if this was love. But it went on for years. And, on top of all that, my mom was also being abused multiple ways by this man. And, when those things happened to me, I was threatened to, keep quiet, to keep silent, or my mom's life would be taken. So, when this happened, I kept my mouth shut and I felt ashamed. And, before we moved there, my mom got a job an hour and a half away. So she would be spending 3 hours of her day driving to work for a job that paid very little. And any money that we had, our abuser would take it from us as a way to control our lives. And any money that we needed to get extra, we did that by picking bottles and cans in town. And, at first I felt really embarrassed by doing that because not anyone was doing that in town other than me and my mom. And when we would go to the bottle depot, I would smell the bottle depot, this like gross smell. And I started to think like, is this what I'm worth? Because the money that we got from the bottle depot would go to our food, and we had to count how many pierogies I could eat at night. My mom would count, Ashley's going to eat 3 pierogies tonight, and then my mom wouldn't eat. So we struggled a lot. Like I never had nice things. When we were living there, I never had a normal bed. I lived on a little piece of foam for 6 years. So everyone thought that my life was so wonderful in my childhood, but I was being abused at home. I was hungry. And when I went to school, I thought I was going to have my first escape, my freedom. But, when I went to school, this was the first time I went to a school not on the reserve, and I experienced racism there. And I didn't know what racism was yet. A lot of kids there were throwing dirt rocks at us, and they started saying, go back where you came from. And they said a lot of mean things. That's the first time I ever felt ashamed, because growing up, my grandparents always told me, be proud of who you are. Like, your culture is so beautiful. It makes us beautiful. And I believe that.
But going through bullying at school for almost 5 to 6 years, dealing with that, people picking me apart because of what I look like and where I come from, and then going home where I'm being abused, I had a lot of mental health issues. I was suicidal. I hated myself. There were times where I wanted to end my life, but I didn't want to leave my mom with that monster. So that's the only reason why I kept thinking, like, I can't let someone have this control over my life and let them win. And it wasn't until one day, me and my mom, we escaped by chance. A lot of people ask, well, why didn't you guys just get up and leave? You could have left anytime you wanted. And it's never like that. I don't think people understand until they are in that situation where you are living in fear. If I ever wanted to play outside, his family, they all lived around his house. And if they saw me having a good time, they would call him. And then I would get beaten up for being a kid, for being outside. So that was my childhood. And the day that we escaped, I didn't know what was happening. My mom said, just get in the car. Our cousin came to pick us up. And we went back to my grandparents' house, and I was freaking out. I kept telling my mom, we gotta go back. He's going to kill us. And when we got there, my mom told me, we're never going back there, and we're staying here. And she said sorry for everything, but then I had to tell my mom everything that was happening to me, and that was so hard to open up to her and tell her what he was doing and his brothers were doing. And after I told her everything that happened to me, and they were not good things, like my innocence was taken from me way too young. And when I told her what happened, she said, I am so sorry. I failed as a mother, and that hurt me because she did so much, everything that she could do to give me a good life. But then this is when I knew I had to start over. I thought maybe the hell would be left behind, but I had to go to court for everything that happened to me. Once I remember when I was in court, I had to talk in extreme detail of, what my abuser did. And I saw him sitting back there with his family, and they laughed. They laughed at me when I explained how I felt and what happened. And when that happened, I told myself, I was humiliated. I said, I'm never going to speak out loud ever again, because my voice felt like it didn't matter. And my abuser, before this all happened, he told me for years, over and over, like, you're worthless. No one's going to ever love you. You're ugly. No one's going to ever care about what you have to say. And, hearing that for 6 years in a row, like, you believe it. Like, it is stuck in there. So I believe that about myself. I believe that, my voice didn't matter. And after that happened, the judge said, Ashley's got a lot of mental health issues. She needs to see therapists. She needs real help. And I got sent to probably 4 different therapists. Each time I went, I was throwing chairs and tables because I was just angry. I didn't know how to release all these emotions that I've been, holding in for so long. And I kept telling the therapist, stop asking me how I feel, just tell me how to let go. Tell me how to be happy. Because growing up, I never got to smile like everybody else did. I never got to have that happy childhood. And when I went home that day, this is when everything kind of turned around for me. My kuka, my grandma, she pulled me aside, and she's a residential school survivor, her and my musha, and they know what it's like to overcome abuse and overcome trauma. And what happened to me was intergenerational trauma. My abuser was abused by his parents, and they were abused in the residential school system. So what happened to them there was happening to me. And I decided, with my cook, she said the cycle needs to stop here with you so you don't carry that on to the next generation. She said that, your healing is here at home. She said my therapy was at home. And when I asked, what do you mean? She said, your therapy is in your culture. It's in the sweat lodge, which is right outside. It's in our ceremonies. If you need to go cry, you like sing our songs. Those are the places to feel safe. And she said that, you know, a lot of people who have a similar story to mine, a lot of them turn to drugs and alcohol right away to numb the pain, to like an escape. But the thing my cookum told me was that, you know, she didn't want my life to spiral downwards like that. She didn't want me to be a stereotype like everyone said that I was. She said that in order to be on a good path, that I needed to live on the red road. She said that, you know, living on the red road, staying away from drugs and alcohol, it gives you a better life. And it has given me a wonderful life, because staying on the red road, keeping those toxins out of me, if you put those toxins into your body, drugs and alcohol, your spirit gets more and more disconnected from you. And then that's why you get lost. And then that's when you make bad decisions for yourself. And never in my life have I ever seen anyone become a better person from taking alcohol or drugs. I have never seen anyone's life go up ever. So, you know, a lot of my cousins and relatives, to get rid of the pain, they turn to those things. And to me, I decided I need to turn to my culture, because my culture is my strength. You know, my cookum said that resiliency runs in our blood. My culture is what's going to give me strength in every part of my life. So as my second chance, I decided, you know, I need to focus on what makes Ashley happy and what I am passionate about. What do I want to do in the world? Because, you know, my cookum and my mush and my grandparents, they're healers. They are medicine man and medicine woman. And never in my life did I think that, you know, I could become one. I wanted to help people heal, but I needed to find my own way and my own path. And I started chasing my passions. My first passion was my education, you know, and the reason why that was is because when I imagined graduating multiple times in my head, putting it up here, I kept thinking, you know, I won't be picking bottles and cans anymore. I won't be living that life where I'm not eating, not having access to anything. So that was my big passion, was to give myself a good life, and because education is power. So, you know, I was failing all those years when I was in that house, living in those conditions. But when I moved, I pushed myself and I stopped caring about what people said about me in school or what I looked like. I started pushing towards who I'm going to become. I always thought ahead of time because I grew up so fast. So I ended up skipping 2 grades because I worked so hard. And I ended up graduating high school when I was 16 years old. I was 13 when I went into grade 10. And yes, I had a lot of people making fun of me for everything in school, whether it's the way I looked because I was poor, I had acne, glasses, I had braces for 5 years. And they also make fun of me for being smart, which is kind of silly because they made fun of me for being the science fair geek, you know, and these are things that I thought enriched my life. And when kids picked on me then and told me, you know, hey, stop worrying about school, let's go do this, let's go party, let's go have fun, let's live in the moment. And me, I never thought like that. I thought about, are you going to uplift my life? Are you the kind of people I want to surround myself with? Because you are who you hang with. And whatever they're doing and whatever they're succeeding at, like, it's gonna really rub off on you. So for me, I only want to hang out with people that are going to empower me and lift me up. And in school, when I thought about that, I just kept pushing myself until I graduated. And I didn't care what people had to say about me. I didn't care because I knew someday, I would even tell them, you know, I'm going to be successful. You're going to want to be my friend someday, maybe, you know, like I would try so hard to be the best because I had no limits. I realized that I need to stop wasting time. In my life growing up, like there's so much wasted time from what I lived through. Now, focusing on me. When I graduated when I was 16, I ended up going to university and I was the only woman and only Indigenous person, actually only person of color in my entire program. And when I walked in, all the men looked at me, and this was my Bachelor of Science degree for physics, which is really hard. I walked in and all the men like started laughing because I'm 16, I'm a young woman. And they were just laughing because they thought, what does she think she is? And a lot of people would ask, Who in the hell do you think you are? You don't belong here. And already in my life, I was telling myself, I belong wherever I want to belong, and that's right here. And I ended up graduating at the top of my class within 3 years, and I decided I'm going to go back to school again. So I went back to school for my Bachelor of Communications degree, and I ended up writing for a fashion magazine. And then I thought, well, why stop now? Well, why not? Why not continue? I made sure that I had all these amazing grades in high school so I could apply for any scholarship that I wanted. That's how I thought. I didn't think about like, oh, I'm having fun right now. I kept thinking about, where is Ashley going to be in 5 years from now? Who is she going to be, and who is she going to be helping? So when I graduated school again with my diploma in film and television, I wanted to know both aspects of being in front and behind the camera. So, school is something I'm still continuing with right now, virtually. I'm doing my master's. And it's crazy, like I could accomplish all that in a short amount of time, but it's because I focused on what was most important. And that was me, focusing on my happiness and where I'm going to go, because I'm not wasting time. But another passion of mine, is acting. And a lot of people ask, well, how can you be an actress if you're so insecure and you grew up in this like lifestyle? And a lot of people don't know this. It's actually quite a funny fact, but I started my acting career in cartoons because I was too scared to be on camera. So I'm actually trained to do like a lot of different types of voices, and I'll do one for you now. One of my favorite characters, his name is Gollum Schmeagol from Lord of the Rings. Have any of you ever seen Lord of the Rings? I feel like the older crowd might have seen Lord of the Rings. I'm like, well, have you guys seen Stitch from Lilo and Stitch? Who's seen Stitch? Have you guys seen Stitch? Oh, my name is Stitch. Oh, honey means nobody gets left behind. Did that freak you out? But I'll show you a funnier one, okay? So this is my favorite character. And if you guys haven't watched this movie, it's called Lord of the Rings. Please watch it. Our master will never take precious from us. Master cares about us. No, master wants the precious for himself. Isn't that so weird? But like, looking at me, you wouldn't know that I could do that. So like, when I was on the bus in school and stuff, I'd be sitting on the bus by myself in the back, being like, like making weird noises. And I'm like, you know what? Kids used to make fun of me for that. I'm like, but that's like such a cool, unique quality. Not everyone can do that. And I literally made a career out of that. Like that's such a fun, cool thing to do. So I ended up doing cartoons. And then I started to realize, because I was so shy, it's important for me to get out of my comfort zone. It's so important for you to try new things, to see what you're made of. So in high school, I started doing musical theater. I started dancing ballet, and I started expressing myself in different ways because, all that pain that I held on to right here, I was finally letting it go and like learning to love and appreciate myself. So over the years, I ended up acting on a show called Blackstone, CBC, Eighth Fire, all these different shows, and we just finished filming Tribal. I just finished filming 2 series in Toronto, but I can't say what they are because I'll get fired. So when it comes out, I'll be able to say, but it's like really, really major. Can't say anything other than that. But, acting was one of my passions and something I continue to do. It's something I continue to fight for space for. But one of my biggest passions in my life is the charity work that I do. When I was 14, I had a sister that passed away, and the hospital that she passed away at, I ended up just constantly going back there, even though she wasn't there. I kept going back to where the family center network was, and that's where all the families would be and people who, were visiting their kids. And even though she wasn't there, I kept going back. And I think it's just because I wanted to talk to people. And then I started volunteering there, and then it just became so much more. Everyone at that hospital was like, we always see you here. you're always volunteering, doing random things. They're like, would you like to be the youth representative for this hospital? And I said, yes. And then I realized this is my path, like my grandparents, you know, even though I'm not a medicine woman, this is still my healing path. And, you know, for me, this healing journey is lifelong. And I feel like along this journey, helping others heal helps me heal. So after that, I started volunteering for so many different organizations, like the Cancer Association, because my mom, she's a 2-time cancer survivor, the Lung Association, because, you know, I battled TB, tuberculosis, and I couldn't pass from pulmonary fibrosis. And then I realized, you know, the people that need the most help are our own people. You know, our people are always put on the back burner, we're always put last. So I started volunteering for a bunch of different Indigenous organizations, and, you know, it felt good because I was doing random things like basically having garage sales and selling my own things to raise money for these organizations. But that's actually how I got into pageants. Never in a million years would I have thought I would do a pageant in my life, because the only thing I've seen about pageants is Miss Congeniality, and I'm sure none of you kids have seen that show. God, I'm old now. But, you know, the reason why I got into pageantry is because I wanted to use the system. You know, a lot of women were competing, they would go and win, they'd win money, and then they'd go home and celebrate. And instead, I thought, there's so many sponsors there, there's so much like help and support that like I could raise so much money for my charities, and then I could go home and like, that's a real celebration, you know? Because when you're in a position where you have a platform, where you're considered an ambassador, you know, you have the power to create real change. You know, don't waste it. You know, give people opportunities from your opportunities. So when I went to compete at this pageant, I was the only Native in the pageant. And that was really, really hard on me because, you know, I was the only Indigenous woman competing, and going there, you basically had to have money to have all those nice dresses. And me, like, I didn't have money. So, you know, all my stuff was my regalia, like my own clothing. And I even had Indigenous designers like loan me things, and everything just screamed like Ashley is a proud Cree woman. You know, you look at me, you can tell. You wouldn't be able to like see anything else. And right when I was feeling the most proud, I experienced racism at a whole new level. And this happened in 2010. If this happened now, it would not fly. Like, it would not be okay. It wasn't okay then, but people laughed about it. So because I was the only Indigenous woman competing, a Toronto paper decided to write a joke about it. They wrote, there's an Indigenous woman competing this year, Ashley Collingwood. My name's right next to everything. I wonder what she's going to do for her talent. Is she going to chug Lysol or sign welfare checks with her toes? And that was like, you know, I was feeling really proud. And then the media decided to rip me apart just because they could. And people associated that with my name. They're like, oh, even the girls at the pageant thought it was funny. And right away, a lot of media reached out and like, how mad are you, Ashley? Tell us how mad you are. And I'm like, I know you want the angry Indian response, but that's not what you're going to get. I said, you know, I feel really bad for this person that they're so ignorant and uneducated. They obviously have no idea who I am or what I'm made of. And if they want to find out, they can come to the show Saturday night. And that Saturday night, I remember standing there and I was in the top 5, and we just did our Q&A, and I looked down at myself and I was wearing like my regalia, and all the other girls were wearing gowns. And I thought to myself, I was like, don't doubt yourself. I was like, because the girls were telling me I didn't belong there. And again, I had to tell myself, I belong wherever I want to belong. That's right here. And then I thought I started to go crazy because, you know, it was expensive to go to the show. Only my mom could come. And I started hearing drums. And then I started hearing like our women singing. And I was thinking I must be going like absolutely insane on stage. But then I like looked back and you can kind of see through the lights. There were so many natives in the back of the auditorium with drums and singing. And they all came because of that article that came out. And they came to support me to show that, you know, I'm never alone. And that was one of the most like remarkable moments of my life, because regardless of what I'm doing, like your people will always be there for you to support you. And that night, I became the first Indigenous woman ever to become Miss Canada. So that was like history in the making. You know, after that, I ended up competing all around the world. Like I went all over Asia, all over Europe, Central America, North America, South America, like you name it. Competing in all these different pageants where I've either placed or won, and all the money went back to my charities. And you know, during that time, I was able to actually educate people on, you know, who I really am as well. Because you know, traveling the world, people see Indigenous people like they view them in the movies. So a lot of it was a lot of educating. Especially in Germany, where they just love natives. They all thought I put on my jingle dress for like one picture, and they said, "Oh my God, it's a real Indian princess!" And they were all like, "Look, she's real, she's here." And it was so funny, and they were asking me like crazy questions, like, "Oh my God, is your dad the chief of Canada?" I was like, "Yes, yes." Like I just go off and they believe anything. It's funny, but you know, it was really rewarding to me. And then having to end my pageant career in 2015, it was my last pageant, and I told myself, you know, it was a time of the federal election. I'm not going to make this political, but you know, for me, I thought if I were to win, I could really make a statement with this. And when I was competing in Europe, I ended up being the only Indigenous woman there. And that night, they announced the winner. I'm standing on stage, and they said Canada. That's me. And I remember walking towards, and I didn't cry because I felt more proud than anything. I just remember I shot like both fists up in the air because I knew, like, you know, I just shattered glass ceilings just now. Like, because so many times I've been told I can't be in this space, and I can't have this platform, and I can't use my voice. And as soon as I won, like, it was insane. My name was trending at the top of like Facebook, Twitter, everything. And I remember flying home from Europe. I had 35 interviews back to back on my flight, just landing like in Toronto. And I remember my name was trending on top of West, like on top of Justin Bieber. And I was just like, oh my God. I was like, these guys need to get on my level. It was just so funny. But I remember when I had the media in the palm of my hand, they were like, oh my God, an Indigenous woman just made history, first Canadian and whatnot. And I remember I had them in the palm of my hand, and the media only listens to who they think is important, who they think voices of value, or what kind of, I don't want to swear, what kind of poop disturbance they want to cause, you know? Like, that's how the media works. So for me, when they asked me things, I said, okay, well, first thing I'm going to do, I ended up calling out the Prime Minister at the time, Stephen Harper, and I called out the government. I called them out about all the injustices towards, you know, Indigenous people in Canada. I talked about MMIW. We talked about how, you know, I have family members that haven't come home yet, so, you know, I know what that's like to always wonder and have these unanswered questions. I talked about how it's terrifying, you know, being an Indigenous woman and being threatened in this country. I talked about how a lot of the kids I work with in the foster care system, they compare it to the new residential school. I talked about how, you know, we're fighting for an environment, fighting for our rights, and being treated as terrorists. How, you know, a lot of Indigenous people are living without clean water, living in third world conditions. And, you know, all these things that I brought up, the media was just eating them up. And I was like, well, finally someone's listening. But, you know, these are things other people have been talking about and addressing for a long time. And I said, it's sad that it took a beauty queen to like get your attention. You know what I mean? Like, it's sad. But for me, I used that moment to really give leverage to other issues. Like, I could have went home. I could have just celebrated, went home, and be like, yay, you know, made history. But for me, it's about what kind of legacy I'm going to leave behind. That's what I always think about. What kind of ripple effect, what kind of positivity am I going to leave behind? Because when you talk about these things, you're giving a voice to others whose voices aren't being heard. You know, after I did my pageant, you know, so many doors opened up for me. And, you know, one of them
which I thought was really amazing, was I was on the Amazing Race Canada with my dad, and a lot of people are like, oh, how is that show? I'm like, it's legit the craziest thing I've ever done. I've always wanted to do it, but I was always filming another show at the same time. You know, before I did this show, I thought that I had no limits, that I could really overcome anything. Until I went on the show, I realized that I really do have no limits. On this show, imagine you get separated from your family, you have no phone, no connection with the outside world. It was just me and my dad for 6 weeks racing around the world. Never in my million years would I have thought I will bungee jump out of a gondola hanging over the mountains twice. I never thought I would learn to fly a warplane within 10 minutes by myself. And then the craziest thing that I thought was crazy on the race was that, you know, I hate bugs. Like, I think bugs are just the grossest, like any kind of bug. It doesn't matter what it is. But we were in Vietnam on this race, and a lot of people think this is funny, but there's this thing where it happens. It says, it's a Vietnamese delicacy, so you have to eat it, whatever it is. They don't tell you what it is. They don't show you. So me and my dad were sitting there, and they said, you have to eat this entire buffet-style plate. They're like, you and your dad can help each other. They're like, but if you throw up, there's buckets on the side. If you throw up at all, you have to start over with a brand new plate. And I'm freaking out because I hate bugs. They bring this plate, and then my dad's like, don't worry, Ash, I got this. I was like, thank God, right? And I'm looking at this plate, and there's these like caterpillars and like these roaches, these like cricket things, and a bat in the middle of the plate. There was all these different bugs I've never seen before, like these centipede things, and they were all from Vietnam. And I'm looking at it like, oh my God, my dad's struggling. He's struggling. And I could hear him, he's like, and I'm like, don't you dare throw up, don't you dare throw up. And I'm thinking, I gotta help out. So I start grabbing things, I'm like shaking, I'm crying, because like, you know, I hate bugs, I'm swallowing them. And I threw up about 3 times, but I swallowed each. So I swallowed all my throw up. So I never threw up in a bucket, which is nasty, right? So it comes to the bat, and I'm looking at it. My dad's looking at it. He's looking at me, and I'm like looking at him. And he's like, I don't think I could do it, Ash. And I was like, you were all talk like 10 minutes ago. So I'm pulling this bat apart, and I'm pulling the skin off, and it has its teeth there, you know, and its eyes, and I'm pulling it apart, and this bag falls out of it. And I'm like, what is that? And I knew what it was. And I looked at the producers and I said, do I have to eat the poop bag? And they said, you have to eat everything. And I remember eating this. I was eating crap. I'm eating crap, and I'm eating this bat, and then everyone's asking, oh my God, taking pictures, laughing. They're like, what does it taste like? And I'm like a type of meat you shouldn't eat. And I'm just like, I finish it off, and when you think it's done, the dessert comes. And they said, you can't help each other. You got to finish it by yourself. And the dessert was alive. Look it up later. It's called coconut worms, and they are not normal worms. They're like these big white worms that bite. They're thick, they're hard, they're gross. And when they brought it over, they bring you over a plate and they drop it down. They're all falling. They're all moving around. And I'm looking at it like, holy crap, like this is not really happening. My dad takes his first bite, chews it in half, and then he's like, oh my God. He's like, that was the worst thing ever tasted. Oh my God. And I'm like, why would you say that? Like, why would you say that right before I'm about to have a bite, you know? And I'm like, well, screw that. I'm not tasting it. So I took the guy. He's alive. I just dipped him in that, I think it was sweet and sour or plum sauce, whatever they brought. And I tossed it back. And I knew I made a huge mistake when I felt it squirm all the way down. Like, I felt it squirm. It was the nastiest thing. And I did it 5 times. And then after that, I remember, you know, you finish and I'm just feeling drained, right? Because like, how did I put all that stuff inside me? And I'm chewing gum and I'm like, I need to chew gum. I'm just standing there just breathing, take the gum out, and it is covered in like all these different types of legs from like everything that I ate. And then I get to the hotel later, and I'm laying in bed and I'm shaking, and my dad's like, Ash, what's wrong? And I'm like, I'm scared to go to the bathroom. I was like so scared. Like, it's just crazy, but like never would I do that on my own time. Never did I think I could even do that, you know? Like, and when it came to the very end, you know, me and my dad, we made it all the way to the end of the race. We came third, like we won all these prizes and all this stuff. And, you know, but the most important thing about that race was that I got to get a bond with my dad. You know, a lot of people ask, well, where was your dad before? And I'm like, well, he's actually my stepdad. He didn't come into my life till later, but, you know, it meant a lot to me to have that moment and have that time and have that father-daughter relationship I never got to have, because, you know, when my mom and dad started dating, they were only dating for 4 months, and I ended up making him a Christmas card. And this sounds crazy, only dating for 4 months, but maybe not for natives. But I wrote in the card how much I loved him, and I wrote, will you be my dad? And I was so scared because I thought, he's gonna think I'm nuts. What kind of person just asked someone to be their dad, you know? And so I ran downstairs and I hid. And then he came downstairs and he found me. And, you know, he told me how much he loved me, and you know, that's all he's ever wanted. That's actually how he became my dad, and he's been in my life ever since. He's actually always been at my Cook-a-Mashum's house, helping out with the sweat lodge. He's always been that nice guy that's been in the background that my mom never noticed. But I noticed him. I actually told her to go on a date with him. I said, maybe I should pick. So she ended up dating him, and you know, that was such a remarkable experience, being able to have that time with my dad. You know, and after that, doors kept opening, and I kept fighting to be in spaces where people told me I don't belong. You know, I ended up becoming an ambassador for Nike and Nike N7. I'm an ambassador for RW & Co., the only Indigenous female ambassador. I'm also ambassador for Hilberg and Berg, actually for a lot of different organizations, like cool stuff like Nintendo. I'm also ambassador for KFC. And Folgers. That's like everyone's favorite, like, oh my God, you get free KFC, and I'm like, yeah, I just give them my KFC card. So my whole family just loves that. But like, it's crazy, but for me, all the work that I do now, like, you know, all the work that I do modeling or whatever, I always make sure that the organizations I'm working with are giving back to the organizations that I help and volunteer for, because I know that they have the access, and for me, it's all about, you know, bringing the community along with me and making sure that other people are, you know, getting the help that they deserve. But, you know, a lot of people wonder, how did you go from being the little girl that didn't want to speak, that was in the courtroom, to now being this woman with like such a huge voice? Like, I spoke at Harvard. I've spoken at like how many different Ivy League schools, TED Talks. I've spoken at We Day, where there's 20,000 people in a room and I'm on a stage. And people always ask, like, how did you do that? How did you turn your life around? And you know, it was because of my cooking, because of the red road, and because of, you know, staying on that path, and then realizing that I needed to let go of the pain, and I needed to learn to love myself. Because, you know, a lot of people can tell me things over and over and be mean, bully me, try to rip me apart. But the only thing that matters the most is how you feel about yourself. And when I was a little girl, I created a quote. It might be cheesy, but I needed something to believe in that was my own. Because when I was young, I didn't have anyone that looked like me or that was doing the things that I wanted to chase. So the quote is, love and live fearlessly. And when I say that, I mean that you should love and appreciate yourself for the way the Creator made you, because He made you that way for a reason. And when I say live fearlessly, I mean never let fear stop you from chasing your dreams, no matter how big or small they are. And one thing I want to leave you guys with is that, you know, representation is so important. When I first saw myself on a billboard, I couldn't believe it, because I was with my 12-year-old sister at a time,
we were in Toronto, and she said, "Oh my God, pull over! Is that you? Is that you?" And I pulled over, and I was like, "Oh my God!" I was like, "That's me." And I'd never seen a huge billboard of myself. And then I realized, my little sister was saying, "You know, you look so strong." She's like, "You look powerful." She's like, "I want to feel like that. I want to look like that." And that meant a lot to me because I thought, you know, I don't know how many other Indigenous women or youth are looking at this and finally seeing, you know, their faces like reflected in mine. So I want you guys to all think about this because my cookum told me something before she passed away, and I think about it all the time. And, you know, she told me before she passed to always dream big and show the world what I'm made of. But she also said, "You're a role model whether you know it or not." And I'm telling you guys this now. Like, you guys are role models whether you know it or not, because there is always someone watching you. There's always someone that's going to be looking up to you or seeing what you're doing. And that is going to reflect on them. So I want you to remember that because, you know, representation is important. Help carry your people. But most importantly, you know, love and appreciate yourself for the way you were created. And make sure when you shine your light, shine it bright, but also shine it for others to walk through as well. So thank you guys so much. And, you know, I really appreciate it. I wish more people could have came out, but I brought prizes. I don't know if they raffled them all off yet, but I got a few more prizes for you guys. I brought from Nike, from Hilbergenberg. So stay tuned also. I'm not allowed to say this out loud, but I already told like 3 people. I will be having my own jewelry collection with Hilbergenberg coming out in September, and all the funds will be going back to Indigenous women for programs for our women. And another exciting thing, totally forgot to mention, I'm going to be a published author this year. I just signed my first book deal. So, brought you guys some stuff, and thank you so much for having me. It feels good to be in the community, like it really does. Thank you guys so much.
All right, thank you, Ashley. What was?
We just have gifts for her.
Oh, Tyler. Okay, so this is a beaded lanyard. It says your name on it. And this was made by Margaret Sylvester. She is a member of the community.
Where is she?
Is Margaret here?
I don't think so.
No?
I don't think it matches my shirt.
Okay. Oh, what else here? Want to hold this, Tyler?
Yeah.
Okay, we have these beaded blends. I forget the lady's name that makes these. Jamie Billette. She's from Dillon, or Buffalo River Dene Nation. That's a couple hours from here. I don't know if you've heard of her work. Very beautiful. She wrote you a little note in there.
Don't look at them. It's a gift. Oh my God, they're beautiful. I
Yeah.
want to show you guys, but I don't want to take them out. I don't want them to fall out.
And is Mariette Moberly here? Or Cheyenne Moberly? Cheyenne's here? Well, Cheyenne Moberly's mom made these. And they are very beautiful. I'll take these from you. Here, I'm just gonna show you.
You guys give these to me after I'm leaving the coldest place. They smell so good.
I know.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and then we have, these are handmade by, these are buffalo antlers right here. So they were made over the couple weeks. Comes with a matching turtle necklace, just hand carved things. And then just a conference. Yeah, and an MLTC backpack.
Gotta carry all this stuff. Oh my God.
You're welcome. And then we have a conference sweater for you.
Associates reference. Thank you. I think that's everything, guys. Give Ashley a warm round of applause. Yeah, we will. And then we'll just do a couple draws for the earrings and the Nike t-shirts that Ashley picked. Yeah. Prince La Liberty. Should we get on the shirt? Yeah. Woo. Okay, we'll just do 4 earrings. Page Toback. Page. Oh, she won that shirt yesterday too. I can't read that. Dion. Okay. Jonda. Jonda? Jonda? Oh. Last one. Sky Herman.
Good. I think you put it back in. Alrighty, thank you, Ashley. Give her another round of applause and congratulations to the winners. Some beautiful earrings. Birch Narrows does it well. Look at all the beautiful gifts they give her. She's gonna be warm. You need it outside. Your car's warm, by the way. Mariette's watching there, just happy. It's on, because we are live on Facebook as well, YouTube, everybody. Don't be shy. I think, how much time we got?
Everyone come up, we're gonna do a big group picture.
Big group photo. You want to come up on stage or just on a? Okay, come up. Come on up. Don't be shy. Make some room for each other. Make sure we get everyone in there. You guys don't want to go up? Take a photo. Don't be shy. Keep it.
All right, we are watching the photos here. I have a youth with me right now. Are you a youth or a student, or what are you? Who are you? What's your name?
Jonda?
Jonna, talking there. I just throwing her in here right now. See, we're live right now. She just hopped in here. She was really interested in what's going on here. So right now, so Jonna, you from here?
Yeah.
Yeah. What grade are you in?
Grade 12.
Grade 12, the final year, eh? You excited?
Real excited.
Did you go get a picture with Ashley?
No.
No?
Well, yeah.
Did you? What do you think so far? Is this your first? No, you're going to school here? What do you think so far?
It's pretty deadly.
It is awesome, eh? It's
Yeah.
deadly. Look at that. Everyone just surround.
Some earrings.
Yeah. I hope you guys are enjoying online right now.
I can't even wear them.
The Birch Narrows Dene Nation Conference. How do you say that in Dene?
I don't know.
No? Yeah. I'm Cree, so my Dene's nowhere, anywhere. But yeah, we're going to be live here today. Remember, we just had Ashley Collingbull. Look at that. Everyone's just surrounding her. She's a big celebrity, Indigenous celebrity to boot. So it's awesome so far. Great speech, great story. It's just all around just pretty deadly around here, as Jonda said. Jonda live with me here, and she's a grade 12 student graduating this year. What are you gonna be? What's your plans after grade 12?
I'm gonna go to school for psychiatric nursing.
Wow.
Hopefully.
Wow. Give me a high five. There you go. A future psychiatric nurse here from Birch Narrows, Dene Nation. Are you going to come back to the community and work, or?
Probably.
Yeah. Well, that's deadly. I'm just, I had COVID in January, and I have COVID brain. Do you ever hear of COVID fog? You might hear it later on when you go to school. It's like when you're just sitting there, like you don't know what's going on for like a split second. I just did that right now. And she's like, and but yeah, so we're live here, and don't be shy. Do you want to keep maybe pop in and out for the podcast all day? You're gonna be here all day? Jonda.
Yeah.
Jonda. So there you guys go. We're gonna have Jonda here. She was just not being nosy, but just checking out the system here we had, and then I said, sit down and I'll show you. And I showed her a few of the camera angles and what's going on here. So we're gonna have Jonda pop in and out, and it's always good to show people what we do too as well. There's so many opportunities out in the world. I was talking about this morning. Usually when you're on the Reds, this is what when I was growing up, it seems like these are only the 5 options that are kind of just pushed on you, is like social worker, teacher, labor, chief and council, or just stay on the res and live on welfare. It's kind of like the 5, right? So now look at this. We got kind of do what we're doing here, podcasting and broadcast. We actually have Curtis Cameron here as well, who's I'm going to bring him on later. And you guys probably seen his photos everywhere. Pretty popular guy. But I mean, and John is saying she wants to be a psychiatric nurse. There's so many opportunities out there that you should never define yourself to a select little amount, right? So where did you decide to be why did you decide to that's kind of which piquing your interest to be a nurse, a psychiatric nurse? Where did this I want to do that instead of just being a nurse? Where did you say I want to be a psychiatric nurse?
I don't know. I sort of just want to help people.
Yeah.
Sort of.
But you know what I'm saying? Like some people just say I want to be a nurse, and all of a sudden you just said I want to be a psychiatric nurse. It's a big step. She doesn't know what to say. Did you win something?
Yeah, I won some Hilberg and Birch earrings.
All right, let's see. I'm pointing them at the camera.
I can't even wear them though.
No,
I have
why?
stretched ears.
Do you? What's with the Willis is like that too. He's got the. Let's see. Oh yeah. Wouldn't you be able to put them somewhere else?
Well, they're pretty big,
Yeah.
and it'll look funny.
So she won these things just now. This is from Ashley.
Yeah.
Let's see. Hillberger. What do they call Hillberg? What's so look how sparkly they are. You see that? Oh, they're green, so it might be not really look good
I
in
think
our
they're
green
blue.
screen. Are they blue? Yeah. Well, that's awesome. Congratulations. So John is gonna, like I said, pop in here on and off, and he's gonna pop in here on and off and help us podcast. And hey, what if all of a sudden you just don't want to be a nurse anymore and you want to get into broadcasting?
I don't know. Pretty shy.
Yeah, but you know what? I was shy before too. And ever since I started doing this, like I could talk in front of 10,000 people. Before I couldn't even talk in front of like 5 people. And like sometimes, like the most I used to do Chase the Ace, and the most I ever had online was like I think like 2,000 people watching me. And I was doing this big draw. And they weren't watching me to watch me; they were watching the draw. That's all they were worried about. But I mean, it kind of makes you overcome those fears, eh? You got to put yourself out there to overcome fear, right? So what did you take from Ashley's speech? What did you find the most? What really hit you?
Probably when she experienced that racism.
Yeah. Which one?
Know.
Oh, in the media? I don't remember that, but I remember when she was speaking about Stephen Harper and that. I remember that. I remember her post and everything went viral. But it's good to know that you overcame it, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like it's basically racism is everywhere. It don't matter if you're super famous like her or just normal people like us. It's everywhere, right? And it sucks. And it's the only best thing we can do is just keep educating everyone out there, and especially about the Dene culture. And sorry, I got like 5 things ready to happen here. I'm trying to play my mind while I'm doing this speech. Where was I? Oh, racism. So yeah, like I said, it's good to educate, and she's such a powerful speaker, eh? Like pretty good.
Pretty deadly.
Pretty deadly.
Her voice impressions were extra deadly though.
That came out of nowhere. I was like, wow, that's pretty impressive, man. What's your voice impression? Can you do one?
No. I wish.
Yeah, what did you do? Gollum and who else did she do?
Leo or Stitch?
Yeah, Stitch from Leo and Stitch. So that was her voice, or she did voiceovers? What she was saying. I was trying to operate this all at the same time, and then she started doing all those voice impressions, so I didn't know if she was actually in there. Yeah, look at this. See, when you go, look at it. See, everyone keeps you in the comments, or they tell you what's going on. Cal, my bro, still watching. You guys coming up next? Here, you can announce it. You see, this is how you help the youth. You just put them in the spot sometimes, and let them prosper. So, who's coming up?
Okay, what time is it?
We just did this one.
We have James Jones from Notorious Cree. He's gonna do a hoop dance presentation.
Yeah.
At 11 to 11:45.
Do you know who he is?
Yeah,
Who is he?
he is a hoop dancer.
I know, but why is he? Hey, man, Okama is in here. We're gonna get you in here soon. Who is he though? How do you know him?
I met him when he was with Magoo Crew.
The who?
Magoo Crew?
The who?
Magoo Crew.
The who? And where was that?
In Palm Bear.
Oh, okay. So yeah, he'll be coming on here and I'll do it in present. I'm hoping it's in here, and then we go. Yeah, because we can't really do the other camera work anywhere else. But yeah, we're gonna get James Jones in here and coming up soon. I don't know where he's at. I just seen Okama come in here. So we're gonna go get him into the podcast. But like I said, you guys are gonna be live. Oh, we're gonna be live till right now. It says lunch. We could go longer. It just depends who's in this gym here. We can't go anywhere else. So, what else are you looking forward to this conference?
Don Burnstick.
I'm pumped for Don Spur. I used to watch. I remember him when I was in high school when he first started out. I was in high school in 90, 95, 96. And I think that's kind of when he was just starting out with his healing journey. So I remember him right from the beginning, and he's still funny to this day. Have you seen him before in person?
No.
No? Oh, you're going to laugh. You're going to laugh, especially when he does the Res Woman laugh, and he goes like, and you like the 5 stages of Res Women laughing. And it's so true, man. Like, you watch when he does that, you look around, and it's literally every step he says, it's true because everyone does that. And
I was watching that video with somebody, and then they were just laughing the exact same way he was saying.
Yeah, see, I know it's legit, man. So I mean, yeah, Don Burnstick will be here. I think he's on day 4. Yeah, Wanique Cornmiller and Kendra Weenie. Yeah, Don Burnstick will be here Thursday 5:30. Don't know if he's gonna allow us to go live. Somebody in the comments, if you guys know if he lets the shows go live or not. Yeah, we'll see what happens. But where's Okama? Do you want to sit in on a podcast? Even though you're in one right now? Isn't this cool? Do you think it's cool?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's cool. I told Willis, I said, we got to grab some students and put them in the podcast. So thank you for being so awesome and just stepping in and going for it. And that's sometimes what you got to do in life when you want to just feel a challenge. Like psychiatric nurse, like I think I'd be too intimidated. You know, I'm smart in tech, but I'm not smart in the other stuff. So, I mean, all the hats off to you. And I know I probably could do it, but I mean, that's something that I wouldn't want to try because my interest lies in tech. This is what I love. And that's the thing I'm going to give you advice. Always do stuff that you love, right? You know, don't feel that you're stuck to one thing. You know, if you feel stuck in a job or whatever, there's a bazillion other things you can do, right? Right? All right, we're going to go to Willis here. Are we going on? All right, I think we're going to switch here back to Willis and John. I'm going to show you how. Hold on. So this is Willis's. So we're going to.
Here this morning, they said they took 3 hours to get to your whole but you made it here safe, so welcome. If you're from Buffalo River, welcome. Ashtana Ashna the Deftly has in Jeresh Chew Akbro Shields in Denaz and Onin Delu no but Heligaleha. Tor you guys in us in day. And then once again, we're live too on Facebook, eh? Facebook, YouTube, we are everywhere. We're trying to get this conference out to as many people as we can because of the COVID restrictions. We can't have, the whole North join us. So this is another way for, hopefully they're in the schools showing it to the students. And up next, we're going to have Notorious Cree. Does everyone follow Notorious Cree on TikTok? Hey, we're going to see a hoop dance presentation. I'm guessing the roads it's probably stuck in the highway. I hope not. Hope he's okay.
All right, we're just waiting here for everything to get going. Not sure if James Jones is here. You guys, we did battle a storm coming from Buffalo Narrows, and we're just hoping everyone got here safe. Okama is here. I'm going to get him on the podcast. Hey, you want to come in here real quick? I'm going to get Curtis Cameron on here. You guys are going to kind of laugh because he's wearing green. We have a green screen on right now. We have a green screen. If you guys don't know, this is a green screen behind us. There. So as you can see, you can't see Curtis here.
It's green.
So welcome,
Got a
Curtis.
green shirt.
Yeah, Curtis has been helping us
Here,
right
hold on.
now.
I'm gonna take off my shirt.
Oh, here we go. I'm going to play some sexy music here. All right, so welcome, Curtis. Just met Curtis yesterday, and we know Curtis because we just know him from his pictures and everything, and he's kind of giving us a little tips. But let's go really quick here. How did you get into doing camera? I want to bring you on later, but let's just get people to know you, who you are.
Oh, okay. I'm Curtis Cameron. I'm a photographer. I'm from Beardies and Okamasters First Nation. I live in Edmonton, and I service both Saskatchewan, Edmonton, BC, all over Western Canada. I've been doing photography since I was 25.
Yeah.
So about 3 years.
So I was going to say only 5 years about now.
3 years plus 20. So 23 years I've been doing. Back then I was a videographer for the networks. A few of the networks, APTN.
Really quick, what's a videographer?
Videographer is it's different than a cinematographer. A videographer shoots video, and they do a lot of. Back then, I was doing a lot of editing. So it's a one-man band, basically.
Yeah.
A cinematographer will operate a camera, then you'll have assistants and grips and all those.
So
other operators.
you want to be a cinematographer because you got people working for you.
Yeah, that would be good. But then I like doing it. I like doing it. Yeah, go get me some tea. I like doing everything, right? So I do this lighting, sound. So and then I moved on to photography, right? So I think Facebook and the social media really brought the photography out of me, and it kind of just took off when Facebook started. So people wanted their photos done.
Yeah.
So I take photos of people. Back then, when I first started, I took pictures of the land. I was a landscape photographer. But one thing I noticed about the land, when I take a picture of a nice mountain or a lake or a river, is that they don't pay me any money to take their picture, right? So I started putting people in that landscape. And then they started paying me, and then all of a sudden it kind of took off. In 2012, I left television and became
you were working with APTN, right?
Yeah.
He didn't just leave television, man. He was working with APTN.
Yeah, the 3 times.
3 times.
I worked for APTN 3 times. APTN to me was like that first girlfriend.
Yeah.
Where you're always in love with each other, but sometimes it kind of doesn't work out. So you take a break, and then you get back together. Take a break, get back together. Yeah. That was like APTN with me.
Yeah. Well, like I was just telling Johnny here, that you can never be stuck on a job if if you're there and it's not, the vibe's not there. Go try something else. It is what it is. Even if you're making a lot of money, if the vibe's not there, man, your happiness is
Yeah.
way more than
Money's not everything in the world.
Yeah.
Really, what I like to say, because I do a lot of teaching and a lot of helping with younger people, is to follow your passion, whatever it is. Whatever you like to do, just go out and do it.
Yeah,
Don't
exactly.
chase the money.
Exactly.
If you're going to chase the money, you're going to fail. Chase your passion, chase your heart,
100%.
and do what you love to do. If you like doing photography, find out what you like taking pictures of.
Mm-hmm.
I always tell young photographers, shoot what you love.
Mm-hmm.
That being your kids and everything, they'll teach you more than any person like me or any instructor can teach you. But if you're out there shooting what you love, do it every day. Because as a professional, I like to talk about, maybe say like Ethan Bear.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't just put on his skates to play a game. When it's
For
time
the
to
love,
play a game,
yeah.
he puts on his skates all the time. So if you're gonna want to be a photographer, put on your skates, grab your camera every day, keep shooting. Even if it's just I shoot and I delete just to play around. So play around and shoot what you love, right? That's what I like to say.
That's exactly, you got to fail to succeed.
Yeah.
You got to fail to succeed. And that's like how me and Willis, like when I started like 7 years ago doing this, we were just from our camera like this.
Yeah.
My brother Gino letting me, we're doing this from our phone.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when you could start going live. And they're like, just go and let's just see what happens.
Yeah.
And then you just start growing over and over. Now look at where we are as, what we do.
Yeah.
And then look at what you do. It's just trial and error. Now that I guess we can guide people now, they can call us and ask us for advice. And there's never enough photographers. There's never enough podcasters. You guys never feel like you're gonna come in as our competition. Sure, it's competition, but
it's hard. You got to remember that there's a lot.
There's a lot behind, and then that's exactly what I was gonna get to. There's a lot of people jump on one thing, and then they're and I noticed that in our world where we showed a lot of people. Yeah. But right now it's still back to me and Willis, Oh, and Sequina Henneque as well. Big shout out to her. Mm-hmm. And you got to have that passion. That goes back to the passion. Mm-hmm. You got to have that passion for what you love. And if you do that and it all of a sudden just becomes a job, you're set for life.
It's going to be easy.
Yep.
It's going to be very, very easy. It was very easy for me to become a photographer because I had it in here. I was going to do it no matter what. And then once you're on the right path, things open up and life becomes easy. That path is easy. A lot of work, but it's easy to get to where you got to go, right? And that's following your heart. Right? So if I didn't have work, because this is all I do now is photography and videography.
Yeah,
it's everything for me. If I didn't have that, I'd still be a photographer. I'd still be a videographer because I would still be doing it. Right?
Awesome. Well, thank you, Curtis. I'm going to bring you on again. Curtis, you're here till, when are you here?
I'm here till Thursday.
Oh, he's here till Thursday, so we're going to just keep on bringing him on and off. And then, so now you've been introduced to the famous Curtis Cameron. If you guys see his watermark pictures everywhere, this is the guy. This is the guy with no clothes on there. Looks like he just got a head.
Smudge my eye every day, my shooting eye, so... Anyways, thanks, buddy.
Awesome, man. Okay, thanks. Yep. All right, we're going to go back to Willis here. All right, you guys. Here we go to Willis.
Okay. This is going to be the last call. If you didn't put your name in for door prizes, we're going to do another batch right away. Door prizes right away.
Testing. I thought we were ready to go here. I guess we're going to wait a couple of minutes and see if James Jones is here. I think he's here. Did he show up, James? Don't know. But you guys were here for 4 days. This is day 2 here at Birch Narrows Dene Nation. You're watching live on the Birch Narrows Facebook page, Dene Yate podcast page, and my own Facebook, Nathan Ayers, and IOPS, that's IOPPS YouTube So we're everywhere. If you guys are not on, if you guys know someone that wants to watch this is not on Facebook, they can go to my IOPS page. I'm gonna spell it out here, and they can watch. Or sorry, my IOPS on YouTube, and they can check that out if they want. So live here all day. There we go. So IOPS on YouTube, you guys check that out if you know people that want to watch this and check it out. So anyway, we're gonna go back to Willis here, you guys. We really appreciate everyone tuning in and sharing this as experience with us as well. So thank you for doing this, and thank you to all the people that put this on. It's such an awesome little event so far, and if you guys are needing live events, podcast, broadcasts like myself, Willis do, feel free to get a hold of us, and we'll talk. Here we go.
Hour to fill. I'm just going to go over the Birch Narrows. I don't know what's for lunch yet. They're running late. Our next speaker is running late. The highway is not very good right now, so we've got an hour to fill. And I want to go over this 4-day conference is about the youth and the vision statement for the Birch Narrows Dene Nation here. From Tony Clear Lake, from Clear Lake region. The Cree and the Dene, the Creator put us in this region to act for the benefit of our children and their children. And that's what it's all about here today. As a unified community, we continue to affirm our authority to manage the affairs of Birch Narrows Dene Nation, include the passing of a constitution, laws, statutes, regulations. Proud Dene Nation citizens, we value our health, resilience, education, and culture. You ready? Okay, what do we got here? Okay, everybody, we're going to do a couple of draws. Here's a champion sweatshirt. It is a medium. And the winner is Janaea Sylvester. Janaea Sylvester, come on up and claim your prize right there. We've got a bunch of bath bombs. This one's a pink and white one. It smells good as you have a bath tonight after the conference. Scott Herman, you got yourself a bath bomb. Come on up. Scott Herman. Scott Herman? Oh, there he is. Mia, M-E-E-A-H. Mia, M-E-E-A-H. Come on up. That's you?
Nope, she's getting her makeup done.
Oh, she's getting her makeup done. There you go. Up next, we got a candle. Jeremy Moberly. Jeremy Moberly, come on up and get yourself a candle. We're a day late. Valentine's Day was yesterday. It could have been lit up for your sweetheart. Jeremy Moberly, come on up, claim your prize. For another bath bomb, Darian Herman. Darian Herman. Darian Herman right here. He's coming down the middle. You've got yourself a bath bomb. One more bath bomb. Is it Thera or Tara? Tara, T-H-A-R-A, M. Tharam. Thera or Tara? Tara M? Tara? Thara. Okay, we're gonna put this aside. So if you know her, tell her she won a prize. And for another candle, Dion. 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 Make sure you put your last name here. Dion.
All right, you guys. We're gonna do a little podcast here. We just found
I'll
out.
just wear my mask.
Okay. We just found out Notorious Cree is gonna be a little late, so the roads are bad. But we have an elder here from. Hold on here. There we go. So introduce. I just went. I went around grabbing people to see who wanted to come on, and that's what it's about. Live TV, or just you never know, so you gotta improvise on the go. So what's your name?
Veronica Toback.
Nice to meet you. My name's Nathan Arias. So Veronica Tomac. Veronica Tomac.
Toback.
Toback. So you're from here?
Yeah. I'm an elder from Birch.
Oh, okay. So how long you've lived in this community?
I came to Turner Lake in 1966.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and I've been here ever since.
So what I just found out, Turner Lake is like a hamlet, right? And then you got Birch Narrows
Reserve,
and they're like side by side.
Yeah.
Yeah. I went through a little drive this morning, and I didn't even know what a hamlet was. And so now I found a hamlet. So tell me about your community.
1966, when I first came here,
Uh-huh.
there was no roads, no nothing.
Yeah.
There was just little trails from one place to the other, eh?
Yeah.
And we had to live in tents when we first got here.
Uh-huh.
We didn't have no house at all. And I stayed in a tent for 2 years before I got a house.
Really?
Yeah, two winters.
Like teepee or just like a tent?
Just a factory tent.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
2 years off
2
the lake.
years. And I had 7 kids.
7 kids, and you guys all lived in a tent.
Yeah.
When they say old ways, living legend right here, lived in a tent with 7 kids, right off the lake, and lived off the lake and everything.
We had to make a place like where there was a lot of trees for shelter. And first year we stayed in a tent, straight tent. The second year we made it half like a log with logs, and then put a tent on top.
Wow.
Yeah. Then we got a house in 1967. From 66 to 68 we got a house. Yeah, 1968. And Turner Lake has grown a lot since then.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really grown a lot. It's a beautiful place,
Very beautiful.
as you can see.
No, it is.
Yeah,
It's a welcoming
And
community.
I worked here for 27 years.
Oh, at
as
the
a
school?
CHR.
At the school here? Or
No, in the community.
as a CHR?
Yeah.
What is that?
And I know all these kids, everybody in the community,
Yeah.
and they're good people.
Yeah.
I can truly say they are beautiful people because Turner Lake has really kind-hearted people.
Yeah. No, I'm getting that.
But we have a lot of problems right now, with all the drugs and alcohol coming in. And we're struggling right now with things like that. But like when people are, it's not that the people are bad or anything, but they have problems. Like, a lot of them don't get their education. People from way back don't get their education, and they feel like they're stuck in the community. I guess it takes us to teach them, that nobody is ever
stuck in one place. If you put your mind to it, like you have the determination to go forward and do something for yourself, you got to do it for yourself. Nobody's going to do it for you. You got to make up your mind like what you want to do. And like there's always a brighter future for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they want it bad enough. Like we always think I was in that rut too one time. Yeah. And I had to get myself out of there.
You know, the fact that you just told me you lived in a tent with 7 kids, and I know we're bringing a lot of these indigenous youth like Ashley Collingbull, Patrick Mitzwing, and Michael Inklater, Kendra Weenie, and Okama, and these James Woods. But the stories are right here in the community, and this goes for every single community,
Uh-huh.
every single reserve in Canada, every reserve in North America. There's stories like hers, like that you could go and speak to your elders and get that uplifted motivation and wisdom that I'm still in awe of that. And I know, we there's still a lot of tough times on reserves, but I mean, nowadays it's a little bit simpler with the internet and everyone's got a house. And I know there's a lot of overcrowding in houses, but I mean, the fact you still have a house, can you imagine living? And the winters were a lot harsher back then.
It was cold in the winter time.
And to live in a tent with 7 kids and to be able to talk about it today, right? So can you tell me, going back, because I really want to focus on that, because this conference is seeking the good life. What is the good life when we think about it? Is it because you're waking up every single day? Is it like, and I know there's a lot of suicidal rates and stuff, and we got to get deep, we got to get real, because that's what it's about. You can never sugarcoat things, and that's what there's a high suicide rate, and that's why these conferences are put on. But I mean, going back again to her story, and I'm just so in awe that you told me that, just like, and then talking about a house, but that's how it was in life, right? Back then it was tougher. You guys found a way to survive.
I can't really hear you.
Hey, I'm gonna put these on you.
Yeah.
How does that sound?
Good.
Is that better now?
Yeah.
See, now, sorry, I went blabbing it on, and here she was just. So I basically was saying I needed to focus on your 2 years in a tent and your 7 kids, and what was that whole life about? Like, what was it like living in a tent trying to raise kids?
It was hard. It was hard, but like I seen worse days in my younger life. Like I was in a residential school for 10 years,
Uh-huh.
and I was only 6 years old when I was put in there. And I learned to survive while I was there. Then I was given away at the age of 16 when I came out of school, and I married a guy that I didn't even know. And I lived with him for 17 years, and he was an alcoholic, and which was very hard for me. But still, I had the determination to look after my kids and to do things for myself. I never waited for him to do anything for me because he was hardly ever around. So I did everything. I got my own wood, hauled my own water, looked after everything. I looked after the kids, made sure they went to school when the school started for them to go to La Loche. They had to bus, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I made sure that he got up in the morning and went to school. I took care of the 2 little small ones at home. Yeah, it was very hard, very, very hard. But like you got the love in your heart and the determination to make sure your kids are okay. You go for it. That's the way my mom was, and I took after her. My mom was the same way, but she didn't have an abusive life like mine,
Mm-hmm.
because I had a very abusive life. Like it was very, very hard with that happening to us. Like
Yeah.
the whole family, I guess it affected the whole family. But then, like, it was a big struggle. Even till today, I still struggle with a lot of things. But like today, I see, like for myself, where I can go for help, or who I can talk to when I'm having my days, and it makes it easier.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Yeah, you said you know who to go to talk to, and then like these youth need to understand that there's always somebody like yourself to go talk to, or they can talk to a teacher, their cousin, you know, uncle, auntie, whoever. Everyone's so used to talking on the cell phone now, right?
Yeah.
That's how we communicate. But we're gonna have to cut this short because we're gonna have Okama coming on there to sing a couple songs. Like you said, we were waiting for James Woods. He battling the roads right now, so he should be here in about half an hour. I want to thank you for coming on and sharing your story really briefly. And go ahead.
One more.
Yep.
We talk about technology, phones and iPhones and everything. You know, it's good if you use it in the right way. But today, what I see with the young people, when I think of their future and all this technology, and I see them sitting at home doing nothing, looking at that little iPhone or whatever they got, and just staying there all day long and playing games, it's not going to do them any good, because if they're not going to get out and start looking elsewhere to make their think about what they're going to be in the future, and start working at home, helping their families to be able to survive in the future, they're not going to make it. I can see that right now. Yeah, because even a small little kid, 3, 4 years old, already they're on that little thing, and you take it away from them, they get really hyper and mad. Like, you know, and how are they going to be when by the time they're 10 years old? They're going to be so addicted to that thing, they're not going to let it go. Yeah, and that's not good. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's almost like a drug.
It's you have to supervise kids when you put them on
Yep.
something like that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, like again, I want to invite you back on, and I'd like Willis to probably continue the thing because he speaks fluent Dene, and
Uh-huh.
you know, there's a lot of Dene listeners out there that want to listen in the language as well. So, hi, thank you, and Marseille Cho,
Marcica.
Mercy Cho. Okay, we're gonna go back to Willis.
Okay. Thank you.
Maybe just mess with the main. Once we get the
Just the main.
yeah.
Check. Yo. Yo, I'm so blessed to be in front of you guys today. If you guys don't know me, my name is Cody Montour, also known as Okima. I am a proud Indigenous owner of Okima Clothing, and I'm a proud Indigenous music artist. My song, Life of a Native, you might have heard of it. It's currently at about 600,000 views on YouTube. It peaked at number 4 on Indigenous Music Countdown. Yeah, I'm gonna do this one for you guys. Hopefully you guys get you motivated, woke up, and we'll just, I might do a second one. I just have trouble remembering my lyrics, so if I mess up, I'm sorry, but I might.
Yeah, just play.
America come and go.
Check.
I wondered what generation that would be. What would be the sign that we would see America in its failing times. And I think we're in that.
You do a little bit more with that box.
And I think that this kind of exploitation is more
Yo.
identifiable. The cultures are getting stronger, and we're getting to realize it's about your own survival and not about America's survival.
If I mess up my lyrics, don't laugh at me.
More cancer there is. So you're going to see a nation dying from within.
So what you know about the life of a native? Generations most hated. Every day my people get discriminated based on the stereotypes you done created. Nowadays you have the audacity to pass us off as a lower class. Nowadays you laugh at us, but now is the day where we finally had enough. From this day forth, now all the days we're standing up. Too many years you oppressed us, suppressed us, infect us with your disease and left us. Millions of my people dead. dead, now you expect us to forgive and forget like it don't affect us. You could try change history and hide that it wasn't genocide, but read between the lines and you will find war crimes masterminded. Now you wonder why people turn to suicide and have a hard time searching and finding who they really are, because they're constantly reminded of the time when you came uninvited, entered our homes and took your young kids crying away from the families. The tragedies left scars so deep, no apologies will ever cover up the pain that you caused us. Now is the day where you see my people stand up. So what you know about the life of a native? Every day my people get discriminated based on the stereotypes you done created. Nowadays you have the audacity to pass us off as a lower class. Nowadays you laugh at us, but now is the day where we finally had enough. Now all the days you'll commend and respect us. Gone all the days you apprehend and offend us. Pretend to us you're a friend, but forget, trust, we all see the scheme that you hide in your agendas. We all see through the fake that the lies. A smile in disguise, but your eyes can't hide it. But now is the time we'll speak and we'll rise. All you want is our demise, but we can't stay silent. Through our chiefs and the elders we are guided. Divided we fall, but together stand united. And I messed up. See, I'm sorry, but I can't really hear my lyrics right on this one. I'm sorry, but there you go. Maybe if we get some better sound here, I'll pop back up in here again, and I'll do another one for you guys, just to burn some time for you guys, so you guys are getting bored. So if you haven't yet, go check out Life of a Native on YouTube, and if we get this situation worked out, I'll come back up and I'll do it again for you guys. Bye.
Good job, good job. Give him a round of applause. I can really hear the beat for doing that. It's okay to mess up, you know. Don't be shy. Who wants to come up here and rap next? Yay, who's a rapper? I bet Dylan's got to have one.
I think there's a time.
Jerace Che. Who's a rapper from Dylan right here?
Will be
no. He's pointing at you. He said, this guy right here. Oh, there's got another one. Who else? We'll hook you up. We got Bluetooth here, YouTube. We'll play a song. You know, it's all about the youth today. The next 4 days, you know, it's the reason they brought here, you know, so all the work they put in, we'll just give a shout out to Lindsay and her staff, Tyla, Caitlin. There's so many names here, and you know, they did a good job putting us together. We're gonna have craft dinner and hot dogs, they said, for lunch. I'm just kidding. No craft dinner, no hot dogs. But just want to remind everyone, we're gonna run through lunch, and then once our next presenter gets here, he's gonna do a hoop dance presentation. He's on TikTok. Notorious Cree on TikTok. His real name is James Jones. If students are caught vaping in the school, they will be asked to leave. So, like I said, you know, please respect the facility and the staff. The rules are in place for a reason. No vaping in the school or you will be asked to leave. And then there's no smoking on the school grounds, no alcohol, no gambling, none of that stuff is allowed. And we're gonna get set up for the lunch. So we'll be set up for lunch here right away. And then we're gonna do, how are we gonna do this? And then once James Jones, Notorious Cree gets here, we'll get to see the TikTok, Indigenous TikToker. Boy, he's deadly. He's a deadly hoop dancer, that guy. We're gonna get a bit of that, you know. We got our magic carpet here flying away. Yeah. We had ceremony on that yesterday. Boy, oh boy. It's blessed from the north. Okay, we're good to go. Please line up at the end where the tables are set up here, and then lunch is served. So go on up, line up. Please be courteous, respectful to one another. You know, clean up after yourselves. Leave the facility the way we found it. Must-see show. Thank you for joining us.
Just in case.
Can you hear me? If I talk, can you hear me good?
Yeah.
Like really good?
Yeah.
All right. My ears, I'm getting old.
Mic check.
There's a YouTuber that holds this mic.
Yeah.
I guess. Do you know
That's
what I'm
a
talking?
good.
These are good podcast mics.
Yeah. I was gonna buy a couple.
Anyway, you guys, we got Okamau.
Yes,
Okamau?
yes.
Okama or Okamau?
Ogama.
Good.
Depending on how you wanna
Say it.
Ogama is how I usually do it.
And there's a couple Ogama. Do you want to get real quick into that? How there's another one person doing that thing?
Yeah, there's actually a few of them. Just to let you guys know though that Okima originated through my music name. I've been Okima as a music artist for well over a decade.
Yep.
And shout out to all the other Ogama clothing brands that I've seen.
So we're live here, you guys. We're just doing oh, sorry. I was gonna wear that.
Oh, you were gonna wear these?
Well, I'd rather you guys just wear this. Willis. How's that sound?
Yes. Ooh. There you go. There you go. Now I sound like I just want to start rapping. Just want to start rapping on the mic here.
Ogama goes live all the time, so he's used to this.
Yes.
Follow him.
Follow me on Facebook, Instagram.
How many followers you got on Facebook, man? Like
Facebook,
23,000 or something like that?
No, I got like about 35,000.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Facebook has always took off. It's good. It's always been a good platform for me.
Yeah. So you guys were live here at the day number 2 here, and we were supposed to have James Jones from TikTok fame, and he's like battling the conditions. Okama here is going to be putting on a thing. While you're right here, you can tell us about it.
I'm doing a breakout session for the youth here, so get to talk to them about my story, how what it takes to be an entrepreneur, what it takes to be a music artist. It's definitely revenue streams that I never thought I'd be being able to do. So it's definitely want to spread that knowledge to our youth.
Yeah, and you know that's what I kept. I'm trying to reiterate that we need to understand that there's so much opportunity out there for a million different things, and not just what we know within our community or our surroundings, right? It's like look out and look what other Indigenous people are doing with this podcasting, with Okama clothing and singing, and you know he's actually doing a lot. And there's just so much out there. So I want to go talk about your clothing. That's how I actually met him. And he donated, he gifted me one of his beautiful designed Ogama sweaters. So let's talk about the brand. You want to show it off a little bit?
For sure. You know the Okima brand.
Oh, which way are we going there? There we go.
Get my deadly medallions out the way here. Well, you got Okima. This is my headdress design. This is the original design that started Okima. Still been going strong. We're about almost 2 years in right now. and this design has carried us through 2 years to the point where I can finally gonna be discontinuing this for a while.
That design?
Yes, and gonna be focusing on some other stuff. But
Wow.
this will always be a part of Okima.
But you're gonna bring it back, eh?
Yes, I will do
Nice.
those limited drops with this one. But this is the one. This is the original, the OG design that really.
It's almost like Treaty 6 clothing.
Yeah,
where you're starting to see a lot of these around now.
Yeah, no,
with
well,
Okima.
Yeah, a lot of people ask like it's pretty cool that Treaty 6 is just took over Saskatchewan and Treaty 6 territory.
Oh,
I
yeah,
love
huge.
I love that I love this brand. Was fortunate to work with him for a little bit on it too.
Big shout out to Tesla.
Yes, Tesla, man. Keep doing those things, inspiring our youth.
Yeah.
And Okima clothing, it's definitely spreading. Last year I think I sent 2,000 packages across mostly United States, Canada, a lot to worldwide also too. So it's definitely been good. This year has been definitely on the path that we're on right now. It's going to surpass last year. So we're on a good path. We're going to just keep building and keep giving back. So what I'm working on right now is when communities reach out to me and give me the opportunity to do their custom clothing, it definitely puts me it enables Okima clothing to do so much more. So with some of the funds that I'm actually that I got from doing the hoodies here,
Yeah.
I'm going to be giving back. I'm going to be taking probably $1,000 of those funds, and I'm going to be giving back to either this community or back to an organization in some way. So that's what I'm going to be doing.
Maybe
So,
like a scholarship or something.
I think that would be a good idea because I've yet to get into the scholarship game. So I think that's it.
I
we
think
should
that's
do that.
because you can diversify it right across everybody, and then you have all communities reach out and try to qualify for it or whatever stipulation you have.
And the cool thing too is that I'll be able to thank Birch Nails for enabling me to be able to do that also.
Yep.
So it's gonna be that's a spot on. Let's do it. I'm gonna do
There
it.
you go. So if you see Okima, I'll say Okimao clothing and a scholarship, you can thank me.
yes.
Thank IOPS.ca for getting that idea into his head. So yeah, I'm wearing a Denayate supporting today. I'll wear one of mine tomorrow. Are you here tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll be here. I'll
Okay,
be
I'll
here
show.
all week.
Maybe I'll donate it. I'll gift you one because you gifted me.
Yes, that'd be awesome.
But yeah, what do you think to finally be back around people and to be able to be like this? No more of this online. Well, it is online right now, how we are talking and chit chatting with people, but to be amongst others.
What our youth had to go through during this whole COVID situation here, it put them in a state. You could feel it across all across our communities, and this interaction that you get with being in these in-person conferences and stuff like that, it brings a whole different energy that expands their memories also. You get a lot more memories out of this. Our youth take a lot more out of this. I love that our communities really did the online routes and did very well at it too. But there's just something about that in-person interaction where you get to see somebody in the flesh and feel their energy. I think then they get a lot more out of it.
Spot on with that keyword energy. How do you say
Yes.
energy in Dene? Victor, how do you say energy in Dene? Energy? Like that. How would you say that?
Energy, positivity,
whatever. When you're around somebody and you feel their. We're trying to learn a Dene. We're a couple of Cree guys here trying to learn a
We got the infamous Labrador right beside me here. They're conversing to see which word to use. There must be many words.
But you guys. Once we learn that word, we'll tell you. Or if you can tell us in the comments anyway how to say like energy or positivity or anything, and then let us know.
Yes.
It's so awesome to be here, and I keep telling you, I think this is gonna be one of the best conferences of the year.
It is
just like the lineup, man, like you and Ashley and Don Bernstick and Michael Linklater and Patrick Bootswing. Do we got it? Give him this one. I'm not even gonna pronounce that there, but
What's kaya asiko suridli?
there you go. That's that's the Dene word for
Word of the day. Yes.
word of the day.
Yeah, that just shows you how powerful that word is in Dene right there.
So
though.
what does it actually mean? Like, what's the word behind me? Oh, you respect everything
as it is.
as it is. You respect everything. Can we hear it one more time?
Yes.
So this is the Dene word of the day. You respect everything as it is. There's a lot of that I'm learning. Oh, he's eating.
Oh, you got crumbs on the mic.
But there you guys go. Dene word of the day. You respect everything as it is, man. And that's so cool about the indigenous language. Dene, Cree, Lakota, Dakota. There's always those meanings behind it when you say it.
Yeah, and there's so many different meanings. That's one thing that I'm taking a stand for this year in my life is decolonizing myself as much as I can, finding my culture and my language, and definitely trying to find that right person to teach me my language, because I want to learn my Cree language, not just in the Flying Dust area and the Treaty 6 territories in that area, but also back home also, because there's different styles and everything too back home in Musqueam too. So
what dialect are you guys over there? Do you know? Are you wide dialect or?
I
don't know.
Don't know. Yeah.
Okay. So there's 5 dialects in the Cree. There's wide dialect. There's swampy. There's woodland. There's.
I think that's woodland.
Is it?
I think I could be wrong though. I'm not gonna say that though. I'm not gonna.
Huh? Yeah. And I was talking to Willis about that because Willis is Dene and he speaks fluent.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, and you guys, and this is going out to everyone else too. Like, look, there's people watching right now, and obviously we have a low number, but they're waiting for you guys to come perform and everything. But if we had, like, why aren't we having once a week things like, how did you see that Kevin Lewis poster getting passed around where he was teaching Cree for 1 month?
Yeah.
Or like Willis, he does his podcast in Dene, and he's always speaking Dene, and he'll throw some English in there. And but I mean, it's majority Dene. Like, why aren't we doing that full force? And like,
Yes.
I know there was another podcast called Cree Lingo.
Yeah.
With 4 sisters they're friends of mine, and they started. They're going to be speaking in their TH dialect. Well, that's the other dialect, TH, and it's they're speaking in their dialect, but they're speaking Cree all the time, right? And I said, you guys need to keep doing that. Like, there's going to be people like me. Like, I can catch a few words here and there. But I mean, I think we should be doing that all the time. Just how you're going live all the time about Okama, and like I'm going live about Indigenous success. But we need our language warriors to get out there and do stuff like this online, because the tech's here. The tech is here. COVID has shown us the tech is here to show people like me and Ogama what to say in Cree. You know what I mean?
No, I totally exactly know what you mean. I think we do have the outlets to reach our people at a way broader audience right now. I think that's something we should even approach some people about doing too, because I think that would be just imagine for a year straight of being able to access a podcast through your computer, being able to listen an hour once a week, just learning your language. I think that is what's needed right now. And I would be tuning in every week.
Because everyone's listening to podcasts now.
Yep.
Like, you see and a lot of youth, get that, you guys, a lot of youth are listening to podcasts now.
Yep.
Old and young. But I mean, I would drive and I would listen to a Cree podcast all day. All day. If because it's like, if you repetitively listen to it, you're going to start catching and picking it up.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I'd rather listen to a Cree podcast than listening to XM radio and listening to some song that's played over and over and over.
Yeah.
I'd rather hear a Cree podcast over and over and over.
Yes. We got to do that. We have to do something. We got to reach on people.
Well, when like Dene Yate and the Cree Lingo, they actually they put their podcast on Spotify and whatever. Right? So you guys can listen to Dene Yate on Spotify, all the other. What is they else?
Spotify, Apple Music,
Google Podcast,
Amazon. Yeah. So many. There's so many outlets out there now, and our Indigenous people really have to take advantage of those outlets, such as Spotify. Spotify is so huge,
and it's free.
and it's free. It is. You get to sign up for go to TuneCore, DistroKid. You want to do a podcast, you want to do some music, you can do it all through there for minimum fee. Like it doesn't cost much.
Exactly.
You know, that's one of the things I'm going to be talking about with the kids here and the youth here, about taking those avenues and taking the steps to do that through music. And then because it's honestly so easy. I know a lot of communities too, which is so awesome, are starting to bring in music. So they're building small studios and stuff like that, doing stuff like this with their youth, which is huge too. So a lot of communities are going to be having access to the music programs, the mics, the equipment, and then they can get their music onto Spotify and stuff.
That's actually a good idea. I actually started a podcast at my school for the kids, and then obviously we're shut down for like 2 years. And now I'm trying to bring it back. And I never thought about maybe doing like a music studio.
Yep.
Like a little.
It doesn't take much. Like I recorded Life of a Native on my way on a mic and an interface.
What would somebody need? Anybody at a school, at a building, at their house? What would they need? The basic setup just to give her. And I told everyone, if you want a podcast, all you need is a phone or an iPad or whatever. What would... to get that okay sound, like I know you need sometimes you need the foamy stuff around.
Yep, you definitely want to do
get
some
basics,
soundproofing, basic soundproofing around the walls. I personally use an isolation shield. It's just like a big dome of foam around the mic. It does a great job. Mine was quite expensive, but there are different variations that range in price, and they all do they add to that sound suppression, which is what you want, that isolation. So you want that. You want a decent mic. You know, you can pick up these Shure mics. I know a lot of people are using these mics right now, not just for podcasting, but also for just music in general too. There's so many different variations from pricing, from low to high, that you can, the mic, as long as you can get it in there, you find a good engineer and a good person that can make those vocals sound good. They're going to do their thing and they're going to make it sound good. I know they're going to wish they had a better mic, but sometimes, just getting started, you just use what I use. Okima's first song was done on one of those webcam mics that are look like a stick.
A webcam.
That
one that you plug into the side there.
Yeah.
They're skinny.
Yeah,
really.
That's one of the first songs. That's how I did it, man. I had a pantyhose along a hanger tied around the hanger for a pop filter.
Humble beginnings, man. Humble beginnings.
Yes. That's how I started, and I was able to make music that still got to people, and those people connected with it, and that's what pushed me even more. So that's all it takes, man. And
that's actually funny you said, because that's what I was talking about at the beginning, like when we were podcasting. You got to just start somewhere. Just start. It doesn't matter how you think it might be bad to everyone else, because we don't do it, it'll sound good.
Yeah.
Right. But just start. You got to fail probably 100 times in life to make sure you get to that spot you want to be. And don't be scared of failure, because every time you fail, every time me and Willis do a show here, we're learning. We fail at a lot of spots, but next show we're going to go to, okay, we did that last time. We messed up. We know what to do now. And we're not scared to fail, even though sometimes we're failing in front of the audience here online.
Yep.
Like this morning, we couldn't get our audio going, and here was just a little button that he forgot to push. But I mean, simple stuff like that, you learn from, right? And it just stays in your mind.
Yeah, you just learn and never be ashamed of that process. Like you said, you just keep doing it. You learn your tricks of the trade as you go.
Exactly.
That's it, man. And then you just keep building from there. That's one day at a time, one step at a time. Before you know it, I'm obviously not I wouldn't consider myself a pro or anything like that, but I know the steps that it takes to get that out there. So, and that's all that matters, because I'm able to make my music and it's reaching an audience, it's reaching my people, and that's the only thing that matters to me. So
let's hear a little freestyle.
Oh,
Can
you can't do that to me. Don't do that to me.
Here, listen to mine.
I'll spit a verse from Life of a Native.
All right.
Too many years they oppressed us, suppressed us, infect us with their disease and left us. Millions of my people dead, now you expect us to forgive and forget like it don't affect us. You could try change history and hide that it wasn't genocide, but read between the lines and you will find world crimes masterminded. Now you wonder why people turn to suicide and have a hard time searching and finding who they really are because they're constantly reminded of the time when you came uninvited, entered our homes and took your young kids crying away from their families, the tragedies, left scars so deep, no apologies will ever cover up the pain that you caused us. Now is the day where you see my people stand up. Yeah,
Oh. That's pretty good, man.
Yes,
Is that a freestyle or is that
that's
you knew
the, That's the first verse from Life of a Native.
All right, so here's mine. It's called Danse.
Oh boy.
I
just thought you were gonna just spit.
He's like,
one
oh,
out
here we
there.
go, here we go.
It's
It's called Danse et Lanete. No, I can't rap, man. I can't do that. I'm too old. No, I'm not too old for that. I take that back. You're never too old to do
No.
anything. You're only too old when you're dead. But
that's one of the biggest things where people they like to use your age against you, and I'm definitely not against that. I will probably be a 45-year-old rapper in whenever to when that time comes. I'll still be doing my thing.
Yeah, no, it's true. Like, look at Eminem and Dr. Dre and Snoop.
They just made history.
That was probably, and it was funny. There's memes going around like 30 and under, like, who are these people, and 50 and up saying this is the worst halftime every show. But
it was
everyone,
that middle,
the middle, everyone, the greatest show ever, man. I watched that and I was just like
goosebumps, man.
Yeah,
Goosebumps.
you know, just reminiscing and back in the day, like, you know, the fun times and that we had, and listening to those guys, you know. And that one song by Slim Shady there is that he played there. How's it going? But anyway, it's about basically never giving up. You got one shot.
Oh yeah, lose yourself.
Man, lose yourself. Yeah, like that one. You play it now today, it literally can become a motivational song.
Oh, for sure, man. I
Right?
use that working out. Oh.
Like it just gets you going,
Get that
man.
last
Yeah.
rep out.
Lose yourself. Anyway, man, that's what it's about. And all of them, look at them. They're prime examples of, like, somebody put an article about them, and they were never supposed to be there. Because Dre was literally grew up in Compton.
Yeah.
Snoop was in the gang life around that area too, and Eminem had his own story in Detroit. And
they've all battled addiction. They battled gang life, like
everything.
Like even Snoop too has, like, prime example. Snoop is one of the most well-known OGs in hip hop, and he has gone onward and said that he knows that life doesn't bring nothing, so he has backtracked from it quite a bit too. So setting that positive example for our youth,
straight up, and that life does not bring nothing.
It's so cool to see that era being shown.
Yeah,
like I think that was the biggest thing.
It was huge. But yeah, it just like the elder. I had an elder on here before, Birch, you know, and a lot of communities, drugs and alcohol is, you know, showing its ugly face. And but you said key words, like, and they are saying, and Snoop Dogg said it, it's like that life don't bring you anything.
No.
The gang life don't bring you anything. Alcohol, you know, you're abusing it, don't bring anything. Drugs don't bring anything. It just brings you depression. It gives you that quick high instantly, but other than that, after that, it's like done.
Yep. You know, I've been down every avenue of that. And I can honestly tell my people right now, the most beautiful thing that I've ever felt is being able to heal.
Yeah.
Properly heal. It's one of the biggest things that I put in my story, is just being able to tell my people how beautiful it is to heal, and that I want our youth to experience that, instead of letting it run its course throughout your whole life like it did for me. I didn't heal till late in my life. I'm just finding out what healing is. And if I would have did this 10 years ago, who knows where I'd be right now. Like, I'm grateful for where I am right now, but it's definitely has the trauma that we experience as Indigenous people.
Yeah.
It runs deep in our veins, and it affects a lot of our communities. But if we can get our youth, our people, to those resources that our communities offer, then let's do that. Let's make that. Let's make
normal.
that
Normalize
normal.
it.
Yes.
Normalize
that it's all right to reach out when you need help.
And it's okay for males to
express,
to talk, to cry to reach out and hug. You know what I noticed a lot, and then I grew up not getting that male affection, right?
Yep.
You know, and then now, like right now, I just witnessed two young men just giving each other hugs. Just witnessed it. That's where I was going with this.
Yeah.
You see a lot of the younger generation now showing that affection, which is good. It's really good to just express yourself all the time.
Yep. You know, a lot of our people are they're not shown that love from this is effects
The residential school,
of the
yeah.
residential schools that have affected our generations, and you still see it today. But I think we're finally breaking out of that that shell that has held us so tightly, and we're finally using our emotion, or we're using our talents to break that shell, and people are finally seeing that. And I feel like this is a whole new era for our people. This generation, the generation that I'm looking at right now, and the generation after this one is going to be a game changer for our people if we take those steps to start healing our communities right now.
And the big thing, like James here is coming on, is that TikTok. Is he here? Oh, there he is. Is that him? The big thing is now kids, and I know the elder was saying, the phones, everyone's looking at their phones, which is true. We're getting too married to these things. It's like, But at the same time, someone here at Birch Narrows can be inspired by Ogama, James Jones, just looking through TikTok, right? Like when he plays his, when he's dancing, and then he tells his little history about indigenous people, a lot of times how we're mistreated, or how you can motivate yourself to succeed.
Yep.
Like that stuff too is like, it's nice to have, right?
And people have to accept that, because our people have to accept that, because what James Jones is doing is he's reaching an audience. He's reaching our allies. He's reaching the people that want to be allies, our non-indigenous people that surround our communities. He's reaching those people and he's educating them.
Yep.
One little TikTok, 30-second TikTok that he makes, if it enables them to go to Google and start researching themselves, he is reaching. He is doing what is needed right now.
Exactly. And it's reaching the non-indigenous crowd to show them what's up, right? You know what I mean? Like you said, indigenous and non-indigenous will be Googling right after, and like, well, what's that about, man?
Yeah.
What's that about, man? So so I think we're gonna start here, James. But you're just here today or tomorrow?
I'm here today, tomorrow, and the next day.
Oh, you're here till the next 3 days?
Yep,
All right, man, he'll be joining us. So we're gonna bring Ogama back on after, but it looks like we got James here. Everyone finished eating. I want to thank you for coming on, man.
Yes.
It was awesome. But
Good to see you again. We'll
be doing this again anyway. So
yes, sir.
All right, you guys, we're gonna get ready for the next show coming on here, and thank you for tuning in. I got everything on here. So James Jones is here. Willis is gonna interview him. He's just walking by. Are you going on right now? Hey? Okay, after when you're done, we'll put you on here. Just podcast. We're live, eh? All right, man. Cool. Maybe I'll get in one of his TikToks, his famous TikToks. I'm going to ask him that, man, if he can put me in one of his TikToks. All right, so we're going to get ready here. Willis is on the stage. There he is, ready to go. You guys stay tuned. Everyone just had their lunch, and that's what we were brought on here for, me and Willis. Willis is the MC, and we both came on here, and then I'm going to, doing in the background when there's that in-between time. I'm going to be podcasting people and trying to keep you guys engaged in the conversation, and but you can always tune in and out, obviously. It's pretty hard to stay listening to one person and one channel for a long time. But I think we're going to get ready to go here. James Jones. I don't know where he's from. Aqua Cheese? No. He'll tell us where he's from anyway.
Yeah, you having fun? Nice. From where? Dylan? Yeah. Nice. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Oh, it's on me. The camera is on me. So we've got a couple booths over here. We got victim services, and then we've got the MLTC. Oh no, that's MLTC victim services. Aboriginal court workers. We've got Bobby and his wife set up there. No, just Bobby. We'll leave her out there. So if you need any information over there from Bobby Woods, he'd be more than willing to help you. And then we've got Crystal, who's set up with victim services there. Any information, don't be shy to go up there and ask. We're going to get going here in a little bit once James Notorious Creed Jones, he's going to have lunch here. He said the ride in was a little sketchy, but he's a TikTok verified individual. He's from the Tall Cree First Nations in the Treaty 8 territory, Northern Alberta. Hoop dancer, fancy dancer, hola. You guys are going to see a good show here. So if you guys just want to help each other set up here, we'll make space for James to perform here. And then we'll just ask everybody to come back into the gymnasium and take their seats. Make sure you're wearing your name tags. Yeah. Next few days? Okay. Aboriginal court worker, Bobby Woods. And then Crystal Sylvester, Victim Services. Thank you. They'll be here the next few days. Any information that you need, go and see them. Alternative Measures Program is Delbert Aubuchon. I don't believe he's here with us today, but he's going to be here today. Ten more minutes. We're going to get started in 10 more minutes. So come back in, hang out with your friends, share some stories.
Hey, tune. Willis is going to give away. Willis, I want to show the audience. You guys check these out. These are really good. They're almost like treaty stuff. Check that out. Willis is making these now. What does that say? Dene Hesley. And he's going to start selling them. So check that out. Willis is actually going to get he's going to get a website. And this is one of his shirts I'm wearing. Hooking it up. So, yeah, those are so nice. But I don't know what he's going to do. I think he's going to give it away on the stage here. We're going to be ready to go here in about 10 minutes. So you guys bear with us here. 10 minutes to go. The famous James Jones got his start on TikTok, became super famous. And now he goes around giving presentations and spreading the good word of Indigenous success. I wish I could play some music, but honestly, man, Facebook and YouTube, they just, anything you do, they shut it down. They shut it down. Let's see if I have any music on here. Nope, it's got that. All right, well, it's going to give it away.
Okay, I'm going to do a giveaway, but because I'm the host of Dene Ante podcast, it's going to be something in Dene. You got to come up here and say something in Dene. And you're going to get this. I've only got a couple. It says Dene Hesli. I am Dene. So if you want to chant, it's a medium. Baku, they're coming up. You gotta see. How am I gonna pick? Yesterday I was a little reluctant to come up, but this is what you gotta say. Thank you. Thank you. I'm having a good time in Dene. So I'll say it once, but you gotta come up here and say it. Masi Sabaralya.
Marcy Sabahareliam.
She's just right here, standing right here. What do you guys think? No? Should we give it to the youth? To the youth? To the youth. Okay, we'll give it to the youth. We'll hook you up. Okay, we're gonna get a youth to come up here. Masi Sabaharelya. Otherwise, I'm gonna hand it. Masi Sabaharelya. Don't be shy. Come on up. Hey, hey, none of that over there. Okay. Going once. Twice. We've got somebody, a kid. Oh, right here. Masi Sabaharelya. Sabaharelya. Masi Sabaharelya. You're good. Don't be shy. Yeah, that's good. No, I'm not gonna laugh.
Say it again.
Masi Sabaharelya. Sabaharelya.
Mercy Sabralian.
Good job. Masi Sabarelya. You know, it takes a lot of courage to come up here and do this. You know, one of the things she said is that you won't laugh at me. And that's something we face as Dene people with our language. We cannot laugh at each other when it comes to sharing our language and teaching each other. You know, and it's a beautiful language. Masi Cho for coming up here. What is your name? Jada. Jada, good job. Congratulations. There's only a couple of those that will be, hopefully by the end of the month, we'll have them. And you can purchase one from Dene Yati Podcast. If you haven't followed Dene Yati on Facebook or YouTube, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Maybe we'll do another one online. And then we'll get the chief and council back there to come up. So we're just about ready for, he's just getting ready to eat, this guy. He's just came from Treaty 8 territory, he said. I'll just tell you a little bit about him. James Jones, Notorious Cree. Started off on TikTok. TikTok, I believe. He's even performed at the Juno Awards, the Vancouver Olympics. Oh, la. This guy's just deadly. Nike N7 ambassador. Jody Sylvester is proud of her daughter. I thought I recognized you, actually. I think. Good for you. Congratulations. And we're going to be doing more door prizes here throughout the day. So make sure you're signed up here. You're wearing your name tags. No smoking or vaping anywhere on the Birch Narrows School. Oh, we've got more prizes here. Showed up. Look at this. Belinda is gonna. Oh, we've got a Snuggie. Comfy Original. I've got one of these actually. Every Sunday I put it on and watch the news. I watch the news every day. What's wrong with that? Look, it's like my Facebook. Okay, here we go. Are you guys ready? Everybody's in the gym. The original comfy is gonna go to Amy Moberly. Amy Moberly. Amy Moberly, if you're in the gymnasium, come on. Kaylee Campbell. Kaylee Campbell, you won yourself a mug, a water bottle. Congratulations. You can grab it here with Belinda. She's coming up here. Kaylee, look at the baby Drayden. Is this your boy? Drayden? Drayden? He's not here. We've got a jitter drone, flying fun at your finger, and it goes to Kaylee T. Kaylee Toback? Kaylee T. Right there, okay, I'm right over here, so my mic won't reach. We got another water bottle. One more water bottle. Theta Montgrand. Theta Montgrand, come on up. Is that you? Oh, right here. Congratulations. Herschel Supply Fletcher. Looks like an N. Fletcher. Oh, you got a nice bag. Congratulations. So, congratulations to all the winners. We'll have more door prizes once again here later on today. Oh, we've got another one. Oh, no, that was, they didn't come up. We've got another water bottle. Paige Toback. Come on up, Paige. You won yourself a... Oh, this one's winning everything. Yesterday she won herself Deneyati, Deneyati hoodie. You got it? Okay. So I just want to remind everyone, please do not go into the hallways. Stay to the gymnasium and area, the main area. There is no smoking or vaping on school grounds. And we're just got a few more minutes. And he's going to join us, do his presentation. He's our second keynote of the day. We just had lunch, a beautiful lunch. Thank you to the cooks for making that possible for us, for feeding us. And I'm just going to say a few things about, before he comes on here. Like I said, he's James Jones, Notorious Cree. He is verified by TikTok. And, that's a big thing in the social media world. He's from the Tall Cree First Nation in the Treaty 8 territory. Nike N7, hoop dancer, fancy dancer, and then you're going to see a demonstration of all that here. We're going to hook up all the music. So if you want to dance with him, I can ask anybody. No? Anybody want to be a hoop dancer? Yeah? I would try, but I got bad hips, me. So we're going to leave it to James to do this for us. He's also performed at the Junos.
All right, we're just waiting for James Jones to come on in about, what did you say, 10 minutes? Yeah, I think in about 10 minutes. So, or no, right now. I think he's coming on. But James Jones, TikTok fame, ladies and gentlemen, he'll be here on, and all these kids will be excited to see him. And Curtis, maybe we can get on his TikTok, eh? Hey? Yeah, we're going to try to get, maybe James Jones can put us on his TikTok. So anyway, we're going to go back to Willis.
He's from Tall Cree First Nation, Northern Alberta. Treaty 8 territory. Maybe we can ask him why he's notorious. The elders are already getting excited over here. Tabi neonla. Nedadlo. Yeah. Thank you, for the elders for joining us here. Yesterday, they said, what time we gotta be here? I said, 8 o'clock. It's a good thing they didn't show up this morning. I had to call somebody to let me in. No, it's good to have elders' presence. Anytime you get the chance to sit with elders and hear their stories, because it's a youth here that's going to carry on those stories for the next generation to show. I want to point out also too, it's going to be a lot of breakout sessions. If anybody is triggered by anything, I know Ashley told her story this morning. She didn't go into depth about any of the abuse and stuff. If you're triggered, we've got people that can sit down here and listen and help you sort things out. Please don't be shy to say, help me. I am bothered with this. Don't be shy. couple of the elders asked if anybody got any funny stories to tell, if we got any time. Don't be shy to come up here. Maybe we can get one of them to tell a story here. He's coming. Oh, he's ready. Okay. Well, we'll keep that for later on. But with that, I hear the bells ringing, and once again, James Jones, notorious Cree from the Tall Cree First Nations, Treaty 8 territory. Welcome. Give him a big round of applause. Masi Cho for joining us here today, James.
Hey, yeah. Right there, that's perfect.
So, start with that one?
Yeah, I'll probably start with, I'll probably actually start with this one when I start dancing.
This one?
Yeah, this one here, that crow hop.
Just tell me.
Yeah. Yeah, once I start dancing. Oh, it's 2269. How is everybody doing today? Don't say James Jones, Nasega Son. Actually, before I get started, I just want to, before I get started with my performance and with my story and stuff like that, I just want to say a couple of things. This is actually my second time coming here. I was here quite a few years ago. I don't know if anybody remembers, but I was here with a group called the Magoo Crew quite a few years back. And yeah, I was actually here for breakdancing, doing a breakdancing performance. So it's really, really cool to be back. It's really exciting to be back and share a little bit about myself, share a little bit about my story and kind of how I came to be in front of everyone here today. So yeah, I'll just start off. Tansei, James Jones, Nasega Sun, Tall Cree First Nation, Ochinia, Kisa Manatao, Neneskamau Ihi. So I'm from Tall Cree First Nations, which is over there, just down the road. Just kidding. I'm from up north, northern Alberta. I'm from a Cree reserve, Nehiao, and I've been living in Treaty 8 territory though for quite a few years now, and yeah, I'm just going to talk to you a little bit about my story before I get started with the performing and with the hoop dancing and stuff like that. Just tell you a little bit about myself and how I came to be in front of many of you here today. So my story is kind of different though. Like a lot of people today, you know, when they see me, I'm usually dressed like this. So I usually have my regalia on, I'm doing performances, or a lot of people know me from social media. So people know me from TikTok, people know me from Instagram, where they see, I share a lot about culture. I share a lot about, you know, cultural teachings. I share a lot about things that were passed to me, you know, things about culture and ceremony and stuff like that. I like to really share with those who are reconnecting, because I actually never grew up with my traditional background. You know, when I was your guys' age, you know, when I was a young teenager, I lived in Edmonton. That's where I kind of grew up from a young age. Who here has been to Edmonton before? Most of you guys been there, hey? Nice. You guys all been to West Edmonton Mall? Yeah, that's how we say it in Edmonton. But yeah, I moved from my community when I was about 7 years old, and I ended up moving to Edmonton, Alberta. And when I moved to Edmonton, I lost a lot of knowledge that was passed on to me. So I lost, you know, how to speak my language. I lost things like just my land-based knowledge. You know, I used to do a lot of hunting. I used to do a lot of medicine picking with my with my grandma and grandpa and my family members and stuff like that. So when I moved to Edmonton, I lost all these things, and I became very lost as a young person. So as a young teenager, when I was 12, 13 years old, I ended up getting into drugs and alcohol at a very young age. So I got involved with drugs and alcohol at a young age. I started hanging out with, I guess you could say, a group of people who probably didn't have the best interests for me in general. I got involved with a local gang in Edmonton at a young age, and it was a pretty rough time. I'm not gonna lie. One of the things that I always remember from my younger years, especially growing up in Edmonton as a young teenager, is that just some of the things I had to see growing up, it was really hard on me personally. And seeing a lot of my friends get injured or hurt, or seeing a lot of my friends and people close to me being affected by drugs and alcohol. I've always had a really negative relationship with alcohol. It's been very, very hard on my family. It's been very, very hard on my friends. And I've seen a lot of very negative things associated with the spirit of alcohol. And so for me, what had happened was I was really walking down a very negative path. I was getting taken home by the cops pretty much every other night. I was staying out for days at a time without coming home, going on binges and benders and stuff like that. And when I was 15 years old, maybe 16, about 16 years old, I don't know, I was just not happy with myself. I don't know if anyone ever felt like that before, but like when I looked in the mirror, I seen somebody that I didn't like. When I looked in the mirror, I seen somebody that I wasn't happy with. I thought I was ugly. I thought I was no good. I thought that I was, just not in a good place. And it was because of that spirit of alcohol and drugs and all the negative things I was feeding my spirit that was making me feel like that about myself. So when I was 16 years old, I made a decision. I was tired of being unhappy. I was tired of being negative. I was tired of looking in the mirror and seeing somebody that I didn't like. So what I did is I quit drinking when I was 16, and I quit doing drugs, and I gave up that street lifestyle, hanging out with the gangs and stuff like that. I did that all on my 16th birthday. I made a promise to myself that I wasn't going to do any of those things. For 1 year, I said to myself, I'm so unhappy right now. I'm dealing with things like anxiety. I'm having panic attacks. I'm just not really happy. So I made a promise to myself. I said, for 1 year, I'm not going to do any of that stuff. And, after that 1 year, I felt I had so much growth within me, within my spirit. And within that year, what happened was, I think Creator sent me on a better path because of the decision I made to stay away from that stuff. And things started coming back to me. Things like ceremony. So I got invited to go to ceremony. I got invited to go to my first powwow when I was 16. I got asked to start dancing from one of my really good friends. And that's kind of how my journey with dancing started, is, when I quit all that stuff, I felt like Creator put me on a better path and sent new things my way, things that are good for me, things that were good for my spirit, things were good for who I am. So I started dancing. I started going to ceremony, and and to this day, since I made that decision, was very, very long ago, over 15 years ago. I haven't touched alcohol, haven't touched drugs. I haven't gone back to that lifestyle, not once. I've put that in the rear view mirror behind me. So today I'm sober, and it's something that I'm really grateful for, my sobriety. It's something that I'm really proud of myself for doing. And I don't judge anybody either. I don't judge anybody for any decisions that they make, anything they do with their life. This is just my story. This is just where I'm coming from. I made that decision just for myself and for my family, and to be a better person. And I felt like when I made that decision to be sober, it really, one of the teachings that kind of came my way, one of the things that really opened up my eyes was I started to learn more about myself, something that I didn't know for a very long time. I started to learn more about who I was, started to learn more about, my role as not just as an Indigenous person, or, I'm not just my role as a Nihiao, Cree, but my role as a human being. And I started to learn more about why I'm here and what I'm supposed to do while I'm here, which really, really just helped me on my path. So yeah, that's and to this day, man, I'm really thankful that I was able to make that decision. It wasn't easy, I'm telling you. It was really, really hard. Because when you make a decision like that, a lot of close people who are close to you, your friends, your family, people are going to try to take you back to that negative way. They're going to try to pull you back that negative way. They're going to say things like, oh, you're too good for us now. You don't want to hang out with us. You don't want to come drink. You don't want to come party. You don't want to come do all this stuff. You know what I mean? But in the end, you have to make the decision that's the best for you. Is you have to make that decision that's going to make you happy. And I just decided when I was 16 that these things don't make me happy. Drugs, alcohol, violence, gangs, stuff like that. That stuff doesn't make me happy. It made me very unhappy, and it made me unwell, spiritually, mentally, and physically. It made me unwell. So I made that decision to change. And I'm really thankful, because I think that's one of the reasons why I'm still here today, is because of that decision. And what had happened was I also got involved with the local hip hop community in Edmonton. See, a long time ago, we didn't have things like TikTok or Snapchat or, all these platforms to learn from people. So I was just learning from natives who grew up in the city like me. And there was a lot of native breakdancers where I came from. Like, there was a lot of Indigenous breakdancers, rappers, DJs, and I actually learned how to breakdance when I was 15 years old. Is one of my very first dances I ever did. Before powwow, before hoop dance, before even doing anything traditional, was the breakdancing. And it's something that I can still do today a little bit. I'm not as good as I used to be. Like, sometimes I feel like I'm gonna break my back when I do those old school moves. I still got a little bit of moves. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start off my performance with just honoring kind of where I came from, as a dancer, as a break dancer, as a hip hop artist. I'm going to kind of honor that journey, and I'll start off with that before I get into anything here. So this is a little bit of where I came from within that. So. Also, too, within that community, as an old school break dancer, there's this thing we do. Okay, we go like this. It's called a soul clap, and it's what we do to get the crowd kind of, almost like an icebreaker. We call it a soul clap. So all it is you're going like this. So I'm going to go like this, and you got to follow along and clap with me. So let's give it a try. So watch. Okay, perfect. All right, you guys got it. All right.
His very first.
Oh, hola. I almost broke a hip trying to break dance. You know, when you see your uncle, you put on like those old school, those old school rap music, and you got your uncle who just starts giving her, starts jigging and starts dancing. I could dance. That's how I feel sometimes when I get back into it. It's been a while, but I always honor that journey. You know, I always honor that journey of when I started dancing and when I started my love for the arts. And that's something that's really helped me within my journey is the arts. You know, dancing, singing, arts and crafts. These things are some of the things that's been very, very healing for me, especially dance. So I started off dancing like that, breakdancing, doing hip hop and stuff like that. And what had happened was I met a really good friend of mine who was a very talented break dancer, but he was also a champion powwow dancer. So I had met a friend who did both, and he was like my mentor. He was a bit older, and he took me under his wing, and he said, "You know, you're a very good break dancer, James, but I really would love to see you doing more of your own culture. You know, doing more things that you know, our culture and our tribes have a history with. So I think you should start powwow dancing." And he brought me to my first powwow. It was Enoch in Edmonton, just outside of Edmonton. There, it was my very first powwow I ever went to, and that's where I learned how to powwow dance. I started doing men's fancy dancing. Is the dance I started, and I really like this dance because it was just very, very similar to the dance I already did. It was very explosive, and it was amazing dance. And I started out doing the fancy dancing. And that kind of took me all over the place. You know, once I started getting back, once I started going to powwows, once I started, you know, powwow dancing, it was very, very healing for me. Who here has been to a powwow before? Almost everybody, hey? Wow. Some haven't. So for those of you who have never been to a powwow, it's an amazing experience. One of the things that I took away from my first experience was just how welcoming everybody was, how welcoming our people were, you know, helping out where they can. Even the very first time I ever danced powwow, you know, it's funny, you guys seen Patrick yesterday, right? He was the fancy dancer with the big bustles. So how I met Patrick, I actually was one of the first powwows I ever went to. I was dancing the same dance he does, fancy. And I couldn't put my bustles together. So you know those big feathers he has on his back? I couldn't put that together. And I was struggling there. I was sitting there and I was trying to put it together. And Patrick, he actually seen me struggling. And he came over and he helped. And he showed me how to put my bustles together. He showed me how to put my armbands on. This is the first time I ever met Patrick. And that's how we met, is he actually, he came and he helped me out, helped me put my stuff on, and he told me what to do. He showed me a couple of dance moves, because Patrick is a world champion powwow dancer. So yeah, he came and showed me how to put my stuff on. And that's also one of the things I loved about powwow, man, is just the way that people are able to help people out, you know, old ways. And we always hear that saying, old ways, you know, back in the day, old ways. And that's something that always resonates with me when I hear that term, old ways. Our old ways are to give without expecting anything in return. Being able to give, help out where we can. You know, you see somebody who needs help, you help them without having any expectations in return. And that was one of my very first experiences with the powwow is, Patrick, he just helped me out. Spent like an hour putting my stuff together for me, and that's why he's one of my best friends today. And I'm glad you guys got to experience his performance. He's a very talented, amazing performer. But yeah, and then through powwow is how I went to. Through powwow is how I met what we say my ceremony family. So at the powwow trail, I got asked to come and do a ceremony.
Being
It was
able
my
to
first
give-
time going out to
give.
we have sweat lodges where in my area, and I was asked to come do a sweat lodge, and it was my first time ever doing a traditional ceremony like that, and it was life changing for me. You know, I got asked to be an escapios, and in my language, escapios means an elder's helper. So I got asked to be an elder's helper at our lodge, and I went and I did a sweat, and you know, it changed my life. Honestly, it really just sparked something inside of me that was missing. I feel like for my whole life. So, and since then, you know, I kind of moved on a little bit, and what had happened was I got involved with another friend who was a hoop dancer. He's a champion hoop dancer, and he's the one who kind of showed me how to hoop dance. He showed me some stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get into some of that. But first off, I'm going to honor this flute here that I have. So this instrument right here, this was given to me quite a few years ago by a really good friend of mine, and my friend mentored me, teaching me some of the teachings behind the flute. So the flute, this is a traditional style flute. One of the things I was told about this was that it's used for many different things. One of the things it was used for was spirituality. So people would play the flute in order to get their frequency much higher. People would do it for meditation. But one of the things it was really commonly used for was courtship. So what I mean by courtship is snagging. Nah, just kidding. But what I mean by courtship is that, so basically if you've seen somebody, you know, like if you're let's say you're just walking down the res road, right? And you've seen someone cute and you're like, hey, oh la, that person's real cute. You know, you're interested in that person. A long time ago, you got to remember that it wasn't like it is today. So today, if you're interested in somebody, how do you go about letting them know? What are some of the things you do? Let's say you see someone, you think they're real cute, ever deadly. What are some of the things you do? Probably the first thing you're going to do is you're going to message them online, right? You're probably going to maybe poke them on Facebook like that. Or you're going to maybe take a cute selfie like this and then send it to them, right? You're going to say something online, right? Probably most times. Well, a long time ago, this was like, I'm talking even before your parents, grandparents' age. We didn't have anything like that. We didn't have Facebook. We didn't have Snapchat or Plenty of Fish or any of those sites, you know. You had to put in work if you're interested in somebody. So what you would do is, and our communities were very, very small. You got to remember that our communities were very small and, you know, and very secluded for some of them. So what would happen was you would have to sometimes gift somebody a song or a dance or maybe a craft, something that you made with your own hands, and offer that to show your love, to show your appreciation for that person, in hopes that you'd win them over and they would fall in love with you, because there was often a lot of competition, you know, suitors if you were interested. So that's why they say, you know, there's that old joke about like how many horses do you need if to be my wife, or, you know, stuff like that. Like, there's an old joke that kind of goes around, but it's because long time ago you had to put in work, you had to do things in order to win people over. So I'm going to sing a song for you guys right now. I'm going to play a song for you guys on my flute. Don't worry, it's not a love song, so you won't fall in love, okay? I'll just play a regular song for you guys. Thank you. So that was a little bit of the flute, the traditional style flute, and it's actually one of the oldest instruments we have, not just in North America, but on planet Earth. I was told that it's the third oldest instrument that we have, musical instrument, and the second would be a rattle, so and then the oldest being the drum. So the drum, I heard, was one of the oldest instruments we had. But a long time ago, the drums were different too. You know, the drums, the traditional drums we would use were different. They weren't like those big drums you see today at the powwow, or even the hand drums you see for, you know, tea dances or round dances. The drums, I heard, the very first style of drum that we had was actually in the ground. So how these drums would be used was that there would be a piece of hide stretched over a bit of a trench. A piece of hide would be stretched, and they would have a stick in both sides of that hide, and they would use that hide, just lay flat on the ground, and they would drum on that hide. And that was the first style of drum that was ever created in this territory a long time ago. And those are some of the teachings I learned about the drum as well, things that I learned. And if you ever go to ceremony, if you ever go to, you know, if you ever go and participate or hang out at a Sundance, you'll see that old style drum being used as well. A lot of times it's just a piece of hide, and you'll see people using their drum like that. And it sounds really good as well. It still sounds really nice. So yeah, that was just some of the teachings I was told. So I'm gonna kind of go into my last part here. Like, I'm gonna kind of bring out the hoops and kind of show you a little bit about this dance. This has been one of the biggest, I would say, healing tools I've used since becoming an artist. I would say this is probably one of the main tools that's really helped me along my way. Oh, I still have my WestJet check thing on it. I'm gonna take that off. This one too. So I'm gonna put this off to the side. But before I go into that, I'll talk a little bit about my journey with social media, because a lot of people always ask me about social media, especially since I'm on there a lot, you know, TikTok, Instagram. So I'm going to share just a little bit about that before I get into my hoop dancing. So people always ask me, one of the main questions was, you know, how did I get into social media? How did I get into using TikTok and all that stuff? Honestly, to be completely honest, it was really random. Like, I never planned it. I was really bored during the pandemic. So like when we went into that lockdown back in 2020, I was just really bored. I had nothing to do. I was just sitting on the couch, eating cheesies, watching Netflix, you know, being bored. And I seen this one video came up. It was a video on TikTok, and it was just this guy. He was standing there like this, and then all of a sudden he jumped, and when he landed, he was like in his full regalia. And I was like, whoa, that's a cool video. Like that would be cool. Maybe I should try it out. So yeah, I went on there and tried it out, and had a couple videos kind of just go kind of viral. And one of the things I found though about social media is that it's a really good tool to share our stories. It's a really good tool to share, you know, just pass down some teachings or some knowledge that maybe somebody might not have heard if they didn't see your video. Because I know for me, like I was saying earlier, I never grew up traditionally. I never grew up knowing my language. I never grew up knowing how to dance. I never grew up going to ceremonies. And I was what we would call a reconnecting native, a native who was reconnecting with his identity, with teachings. And that's what I really like about social media. I mean, there's also a lot of negativity. Obviously, social media has lots of negativity, lots of toxic people on there. But one of the things I do like is being able to learn and communicate with each other and pass, you know, some knowledge onto each other as well. Because I was told that we're all just storytellers. Every single one of you out here today, you're just storytellers, you know? And we tell our stories in different ways, whether it's through education, whether it's through arts, whether it's through singing, whether it's through, land-based knowledge. We're just telling stories, continuing these stories. So that's what I was taught, and I feel like these social media platforms, just another way to share our stories. So I'm going to get into the hoop dance now. I'll get into the hoop dance part of the performance, and I'm going to talk to you guys just a little bit about the history of the hoop dance before I get into it. So I'm just going to unravel my hoops here. It's going to take me a sec. There's a song. It says Tyrese. Full hoop dance. Yeah. Maybe I usually start it at about 1 minute. It's pretty long. So I'll just wait until I'm just gonna talk about the hoops a little bit. Just turn it down. Yeah, I'll give you the signal when to start it. Okay, so these are my hoops, and one thing that I was told about the hoop dance is this dance is a healing dance. So originally this dance was done in a healing ceremony, a healing setting. A long time ago, when a lot of our communities were going through, turmoil and despair, a lot of our members were being displaced. People were in needing of something. They were in needing of healing. So I heard these communities would have healing ceremonies for their people, and the hoop dancers would be asked to come down and share their stories with their hoops, share that good healing energy with their hoops. And that's how this became a healing dance. And I was also told that each hoop represents something different. Each hoop represents a different element. So the first hoop that you dance with represents your body. So when you're dancing with one hoop, this represents your body. When you're dancing with two hoops, when you pick up your second hoop, and usually this happens in your second month or your second year of your journey. When you pick up two hoops, this represents your mind. So represents your mind. When you're dancing with three hoops, and you got three hoops all together, three hoops represent your spirit. So all the things you feed your spirit, all those good things, even those negative things, if you're feeding it that, these three hoops will represent that. So you have to always watch what you're feeding your spirit. And when you dance with four hoops, when you pick up four hoops, this represents your ancestors. So all those ones who came before us, those ones who are watching over us right now, those four hoops represent those ancestors and their journey. And then when you dance with five or more hoops, so when you pick up your fifth hoop or anything more than that, that's just all those elements coming together. Your mind, your body, your spirit, the strength of your ancestors, all coming together, telling your story. And that's what these hoops represent in the end, is all those elements, all those parts of your being. So I want you to watch during this hoop dance presentation. I want you to watch and see if you can see certain things within the hoops. See if you can see certain objects, certain beings. And I'm really always interested to hear in what people see within the hoops. So this is the hoop dance. I hope you enjoy. And if you see anything that looks familiar, something you want to see, don't feel afraid to shout it out either. I like to hear. I'm always interested in knowing what people want to hear or see. So this is the hoop dance. I hope you enjoy.
Tyrese Jensen.
Hola. I'm not gonna lie, hoop dancing is pretty hard, but it's fun and it's healing, and I'm really thankful that I was able to come here and share a little bit of my journey, share a little bit of what I do. And one thing I want to share with everybody before I leave here today in this presentation is I want to share a piece of advice that really changed my life. When I was about 21, maybe 22 years old, I was going through a really difficult time in my life, a time that was really hard for me. I was dealing with a lot of things. I was dealing with a lot of issues personally, and I came across an elder at this time, and I asked this elder for guidance. And one of the things that I was having a problem with was my anger. I was so angry. I was so mad at everybody. I was angry at the world. I was mad and angry at my parents. I was mad and angry with everything. And I wasn't even sure if I wanted to be here anymore. You know, I was thinking, man, the pain is so strong. It hurts so much. And I came across this elder at this time, and this elder talked to me and gave me a very simple teaching. And it was a teaching about love. And this teaching changed my life and changed my perspective. And what I was told about love is that love can be used in many different ways. You know, we hear a lot about love, and it's always about somebody else. It's always about a relationship. It's always about a partner. It's all, you know, about family members. But love can also be a very healing tool. It can be a very, very useful healing tool if you use it on yourself. And what I mean by that is if you learn to love yourself, if you learn to look in the mirror and say things like, I love you, I'm happy you're here, you're beautiful. Saying things like that is called self-love. And what I was told is that whenever you're in a dark time, whenever you're in a time where you feel like you're not being loved, whenever you're experiencing a time where you're sad, angry, what you can do is you can send whatever's making you mad, whatever making you angry or anxious, you can pray to it and send love to that. Send love to that spirit, whatever spirit is bothering you, whether it's anger, whether it's jealousy, whether it's hatred, you know, send love to that spirit and you'll receive love back. And if you do things like that, if you send things love in a good way with good intention, good things will happen to you and good things will come your way. And we say sagitan in my language, Creed Nehiao, that means love. And that eagle represents that love spirit. We say the Kehu, we say the eagle represents that love spirit. Because when we pray and when we send love, it's that eagle that sends our prayers up to God or Creator in my community, in my teachings. So I always think that, you know, whenever I see an eagle somewhere, I think about love and I think, yes, I'm loved. So I wanted to share that teaching with everybody. I wanted to tell you, everybody here, I love you all. I love every single one of you. I'm really super happy to be here. I feel like we're all cousins, we're all family. And it's important to practice that love language with each other, even your friends, your cousins. I want everyone right now to turn to their neighbor, look them in the eye and say, hey, I love you. Try it. It'll make you feel good. It'll make you feel better. Always tell people you love them, because we don't know how long we're going to be here for. It's important to say those words. So thank you, everybody, for coming and staying for my presentation. Like I said, I'm really honored and happy to be here. You guys have been great. Give yourself a round of applause, everybody. And have a great day. Have a great breakout session. Thank you all.
Thank you. Good job, Masicho, Notorious Cree. We've got some gifts here for you from Lindsay. Hey, well, just get everyone to remain seated. We're not done yet. and then we're gonna have a break here. So.
Hello. Hi, so I'm presenting James, with a blanket. This was made by one of our elders. What's her name? Catherine Sylvester. How old is Catherine? She's 87 years old, and she made this for James. See? Beautiful. And then we have here, I really hope you're an Oilers fan. Okay, so we have here some beaded gloves, blue side mitts, and these were made by Florence Daya, another elder in the community. Why am I putting this on? And this was made by Christopher Sylvester, another community member. This is made from a moose antler. And this was made by a gentleman named Gabriel Thomas Montgrant. I know, yeah. There you go. And this is a conference feather.
There we go. You got it big. Nice.
Alrighty.
Wow, this is beautiful. You know what's funny is that just the other day I was saying like I really wanted a nice quilt blanket.
Oh, nice. It's handcrafted. All your items are handcrafted from Birch Narrows.
Who's this from?
Okay. Everyone give James a round of applause here once again. Can we do a group picture with you? Everyone will do a group picture with James just like we did with Ashley this morning. Can everyone come and get on the stage?
And there you guys go, James Jones. James Jones, and he's going to be getting his picture with everybody here. I'm going to try get him on the podcast here to see if he's got a few words he can talk to us about. And yeah, what an awesome performance and nice little story to hear. And I hope we can get him on here. Look at that. Look at that. It's so odd, the fact that we can all gather like this, and I know COVID's still out there, everything, obviously it's out there, but we got to just learn to try to live a little bit better, safer, I guess. But that didn't make sense while we're watching everyone gather together. I just want normalcy. I'm so happy that there's normalcy almost, and we're getting back there. Huh? Oh, he wants me to get a photo. Look at that, you guys. Beautiful, beautiful. All the kids smiling, wearing their masks. I'm going to go to the other side. Curtis looks funny because he's wearing his green shirt and we're using green screen right now. So that's why he looks blue. Anyway, that does look funny. But there you guys go. Where's Jane? Oh, he's right in the middle there. Humbled up blanket and everything. Topway, Alapon, Patrick Midswing is the OG mailman. Look at that. Everyone just happy getting a picture with the famous indigenous TikToker, James Jones. Right on, right on. Good to see. Good to see. All right, we're going to try and get him on. Willis, tell James to come here. James to come here. James. I shouted him. Hopefully I can get him over here. I know he's going to get he's getting bombarded with autographs and whatever. It's good. It's so good to see everyone. Just happy to see Ashley Collingbull and James Jones, some famous Indigenous young people. I was going to say TikTokers, but Ashley just said she's kind of getting into it. But Ashley is just famous all around. And James got his fame from TikToks, and then now he's even on. I've seen his Instagrams where he's blowing up big there too. And oh yeah, Chooch is out here too. Michael Linklater.
Session, and then Joey General Gang Awareness. James Jones, their Notorious Cree, is going to do Healthy Lifestyle. Caitlin Cottrell, Sexuality and You. Kendra Weenie, Health Relationships.
This one's canceled, the bottom one.
Okay. Victor Tasazi, Dene Hand Games. If you want to play hand games, it's going to be right in the classroom around the corner. Make sure you participate in that. Okama Clothing, Cody in the back there, Indigenous Entrepreneurship and Musician. And Tiffany Adam, TB 101 Nita, is going to be throughout the school. If you're in K to 5, go on back to your class.
All right. Well, Willis is giving everyone instructions. I'm going to try and get James Jones here to podcast with me, and then you guys can maybe ask a few questions. And Alapon, are you still watching? Let me know in the comments there, brother. If you're still watching. You are the true legend. Right? But we are waiting here. James Jones. Everyone's excited to see him. I really want to see if you'll put me on his TikTok. All right. Oh, everyone's still taking pictures. You're good? Really? Got one of my new Dene brothers here helping me with the camera work here and helping me out here. So it was awesome. Jamie, I missed Ashley. My Phil gifted her some earrings. This is live, so it is being recorded. Jamie, you can still watch it again. Once the live is over, you can rewatch this whole thing again. So you can still be able to catch it. Like I said, I'm gonna hopefully I can get James Jones here. Everyone wants a piece of him right now. Hopefully I can get him on the podcast here, and we can chit chat really quick. I don't know how busy he is. He's probably gonna go back to E-Town, Edmonton, and yeah. But what an awesome conference here. Day number 2 here at Birch Narrows, Dene Nation. As you can see in the bottom there, I cannot pronounce that, and I apologize. I've tried learning it, and I just do not want to keep trying because I'll try it. But it means seeking the good life in Dene Islunian. It's not that, I will attempt to say, because I know I can. I lived in New Zealand in 2006, right after I got out of university. I was on an Indigenous exchange, and I lived there for like 8 months. And I started learning Maori. And you started learning, like, before when I went there, it was like Maori. And then you realize they roll their R's. So Maori and El Torrio. And then I started picking up their language. It was so weird, like. But I think I was so infatuated with being there that I dived right in. And to say that now, when I should be diving in to the Cree culture, my side of the family grew up, I guess, in a religious, like, church kind of setting, and there's nothing wrong with it. My other side of the family too, and there's actually my family that really are into our Cree culture, and I'm seeing it now that I wish back then that I dived into it, heavily to our culture, and it's okay to say that. There's, I'm not the only one that has went through that, but and that goes with a lot of religion. It's just whatever you choose, but I really want to get back into the Cree culture, and I should say that because I was going with the Maori stores, I dived into it. I started picking up, like, I still remember, I still know how to say a few things in Maori, like kia ora. I know it means hello and thank you. It's two meanings, but I mean at the same time I should know how to say a lot more in Cree than I do know. So but yeah. Where is it, James Jones? Is he gone? I think he's gone. Or where's he? I don't know. There's so much craziness. This is what I'm looking at right now. It's just a lot going on. I'm looking for James. Hopefully he comes here. Because Michael Linklater is going to be doing a thing right now. I'm hoping he comes up here. We're a little running behind. Did James take off? I'm hoping he comes here. And Jamie, once again, Jamie Billette, you can still watch this live after we're done. And you'll be able to watch Ashley being gifted the thing. Oh, hey, boys. We're around a bunch of youth here. They're bumping the camera. It's all good. We were all young once and having fun. And when you got into big meetings like this, little things going on at the school, you always get excited. Everyone's going in these breakout rooms into the school and stuff. I don't think I missed out on James, so I don't get to be TikTok famous next time, I guess. Maybe when I bump into him. But I don't know what's happening. I'm trying to figure out what's going to happen in this gym where we are. I think Michael Linklater is going to be doing a breakout session, and I think that's what's happening. And then I think we'll just record that and go from there. But you guys, like I said, please remember to reach out to myself and Willis if you guys would like to have your event, any kind of event broadcast, whether it's a tournament of some kind or a conference. We're well equipped to podcast it, and we can do podcasting like this. Or if you just want us to broadcast it and just show stuff and let somebody else talk, it's all up to you. But we provide that service for you, and we're very thankful we're in the position that we can right now start doing this. So, yeah. Like I said, we're just waiting to see what's going on here. I hope James Jones comes back. I really do. I really do. James. Let's see if Willis knows where this guy went. I'm gonna try. I'm even trying to get the coordinator on here to come on here and talk right now. See, that's what you got to be good at, man. You got to think on a whim when you're live and just continue the show. The show must go on. This is the in-betweens, the air time we want to fill in. So I'm going to give a shout out to everyone I see in the comments. Miranda, Jamie, Alapon, Gnomes, Aheaq. Is that supposed to be a Heneq or is that Aheaq? I hope we're not lagging. We got some pretty good internet here, so it might have been you on your end that maybe something's going on there. But so far, so good. I'm just seeing who I can interview around here. See, that's the awesome part about being an event like this. We can just grab someone to interview. Got Curtis Cowan here is going to be with us till Thursday. I want to bring an elder on, but I should see if they want to come on. Bring on one of the Dene elders. Hello. Hey. Here, have one of these waters. Give me $5. SJ, said SJ. Hey. SJ, that's pretty. There's a couple of Dene words I know. SJ. Atlanite, which means hello. And Nezu, which means good or something, or great or something like that. And then I learned how to say good morning, but I forget how to say it. I think it's just like you got to know how to say I don't know. Yell at Veronica Toback. Yell at Veronica. Who's Veronica Toback? Who's that? Who's Veronica? I'm looking for Veronica. I don't even know who Veronica is. What would I say to her? Claire. Oh, that's who I was. That's who I was speaking to this morning. That's how I know Veronica. I'll get her on again. Yeah, just go. I mean, how do you say just? I'm kidding. How do you say? How do you say just wait and then a? Do you want to grab Veronica Toback and tell her to ask her if she wants to come back? Huh? They said Veronica. Hey. All right, we're getting an elder. Yeah, we're getting an elder. Let me see if Veronica's there. One of them. See if they're going to come back on here. We'll see. I don't know yet. Man, they sure turned this thing really quick. But we're going to try to bring on a Dene elder here. Say a few words. Oh, Veronica's going to come back on. Yeah, you can go around there. There, you'll be able to hear. Hello. There? Yeah. Oh, just go. All right. Can you hear yourself now?
Yeah.
How's that?
Good.
So what did you think?
It was good.
Huh?
Really enjoyed it.
The hoop dancing?
Yeah.
I wish one day I could do that, ripping around and doing flips.
I'll never get to do that. I'm 82 years old.
82 years young. How do you say just wait or hold on in Dene?
Kara. Kara.
Kara?
Kara.
Kara. See, you guys have that, how you use your tongue and stuff like that. That's so beautiful. All I know is for us, it's just what?
Or Noril.
Norle. What does that mean?
Noril. Wait.
Wait. Norle?
Kara means wait to.
Oh, okay. Claire said she wish you could. I wish you would send some dry meat and dry fish. Claire Cataract, it says on there.
Oh.
She's watching you right now.
Really?
Yeah, you can just say hi, wave at her there.
Hi.
Oh, I got to fix it. There we go. Oh, she can't hear. Oh. Can you hear us now? Hello, hello. Can you hear us now? Anything can happen live. Tell us if you can hear us now. Let us know in the comments. I think they can hear us now. Okay. Yeah, I think there was a little blip there. All right, on. So what did you think so far about everything?
I really enjoyed it.
Yeah?
Yeah. Everything, like the hoop dancers and the dancers yesterday and all the speakers that we had. Especially your announcer.
Willis.
Yeah, Willis.
Willis.
He's good because he talks Dene and he talks English. Eh?
Yeah. Well, that's what we were saying. How important it is to you. And then I know we talked earlier this morning. And if you guys don't know, Veronica lived in a tent for 2 years with 7 children. Here's my brother from another mother, Chooch. I'll get him on here after, but yeah, I want to go real quick back onto that. You know, living in a tent again with your 7 children and in the harsh winters. How did you guys actually? What did you guys do to survive during the winter to eat? Like, did you stay in the tent and then your husband and all the men went out and hunted, or how did that work?
Like in those days, like when we first moved, the whole uh, village of Turner Lake, Clear Lake. That's where we come from. A place called Clear Lake, eh?
Cure?
Clear.
Okay. Yep.
Clear Lake. We moved here in some moved in 1965, and some moved in '66, and most of us lived in tents in those days because there was no house here when what you call Indian affairs, they used to call them, told us we had to move from there or else they wouldn't help us with the little bit that they gave us in those days. So we all moved here, and our husbands used to go out and fish and hunt,
Uh,
and they trapped. They sold our fur, and that's the way we made our living. There was family allowance when we moved here, but not very much. With the 7 children I had, I used to get $35
a month?
a month. That's what I
Wow.
got, yeah. And that wasn't too much, but like we know how to survive. We set rabbit snares, and we went out. We used to set a net out here when our husbands were out trapping. We set a net out here. We got our relatives to set a net, and that's what we used fish from, eh?
The woman set the trap, the net.
We did. We used to get together. We used to set nets.
So everyone had their role then, and even like, cause you'd always think that back then it was like the men doing all the heavy stuff, and then the women would be cutting and enough. But it was good to hear that the women are out there netting the fish.
We did everything, and we like in my lifetime. A lot of women used to hunt and fish and trap with their husbands.
Wow,
Yeah,
really?
I did.
Wow.
Yeah. Till today, I still set rabbit snares. Till it got really bad, where there was too much snow. Then I had to stop. But I'll get back to it in the springtime again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you still snare at 82?
Yeah.
Wow.
I go hunting for partridge, what they call chickens.
Yeah.
I still go hunting.
How would you snare a partridge?
Not a snare. You
Shoot them. Oh,
you snare for rabbits.
that the rabbit. How do you say rabbit? Because we say wapoos and Cree. How do you say rabbit and dene?
Ga.
Gla.
Ga.
Ga.
Yeah.
Ga. Ga. So you're going to hunt ga or snare ga.
Yeah.
Wow. That's it's amazingly hear that at 82 years young that you're still be able to do this, and it goes back to, like, I think when you're talking about the tech, the youth on their phones and everything, and then here you are at 82 still want to go out to snare, right?
Yes, I do. But I love being in the bush. I like going hunting in the fall time, moose hunting. Yeah.
So you still go moose hunting?
All the way to Wadena.
Wadena.
Yeah.
That's in Alberta, isn't it?
No, that's southeast of Saskatoon.
Oh, Wadena.
Yeah.
Oh, I was thinking real way up north. You go hunting moose over in Wadena?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You think up here would be where all the moose and stuff would be?
There's a lot of moose out there. Yeah, I go hunting out here too. Yeah.
My buddy just moving my camera. I forgot it over there, and he's got bouncing balls and everything. Oh, Veronica, I'm so glad I was walking around and just put it there, bro. I was so glad I was walking around looking who to interview, and I just I was trying to look for an elder to talk to, and then I just seen Veronica. So I did have her on at the beginning. Miranda. Is Miranda your daughter, or who's Miranda?
Miranda Quebec?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's my granddaughter.
Oh, she's granddaughter. Okay. Yeah, she was in the comments here watching right now. So, But yeah, I know I picked the right person to learn about Birch Narrows up here. So, is there anything else you can tell me that you might want somebody who doesn't know anything about Birch Narrows to know about the Dene Nation?
I guess, like, I know that like that Dene and the Cree, because my mom was Cree, my dad was Dene.
Okay.
So I grew up knowing how to. I understand Cree, but I can't speak it fluently.
Yeah.
But I understand when a person is talking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I can say a few words. Like I can make conversation with somebody.
Yeah.
And
Awesome.
like Birch Narrows, like we always got along. Anybody that comes here, we like to make them feel comfortable. We
Yeah.
like to get to know them,
Yeah.
make them part of the community.
Mm.
And it's nice to know like people getting along together. Like Turner Lake is a place where it's beautiful out here.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
it's very beautiful. Even in the winter, you can tell. Wow, we were driving around this morning, and I was like, and it was snowing. I was like, man, Willis, I said, it feels like it's almost Christmas right now, just how everything looked here. And then I said, I can only imagine how beautiful it is here in the summertime.
Beautiful. We go in the summertime. We go for culture camps,
Mm-hmm.
and we have people coming in, and we really enjoy the whole week. Like we stay out there because it's part of our culture. When we were growing up, like in as soon as we left Beauval, we came back in June. There used to be a big boat that used to come, Waits Company. Used to call it Waits Company. Used to buy fish from Buffalo.
Yeah.
Used to come, and everybody would just leave Clear Lake, and we'd all summer long we'd go from one fish camp to another. That's the way people made their living, by fishing and selling their fish.
Mm.
And we'd stay in a bush sometimes from there and go hunting. And we used to kill moose and make dry meat, and we used to preserve our food by smoking them. Eh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we did all summer long.
Yeah.
So we'd have something like even making dry fish.
Yeah.
So we'd have something when we got back home in the fall time.
Mm.
Yeah.
Claire said about the sucker run. We were driving here, and Willis mentioned that there's so many suckers that go through when they're spawning that you can just grab with your hand.
Sucker bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what is that? Is that what do you guys have an event for that, or do you guys kind of just go there?
Well, we used to have, before this COVID came along, we used to have a gathering there with the school kids and everything, and we used to teach them how to cook, make lee bangs.
Yeah.
And cook outside, and we used to show them how to make dry fish out of suckers.
Yeah.
And we used to teach them how to fix the fish, and we used to have a sucker head boil out
Yeah.
for everybody. It used to be fun. And we still do that on our own now. Every spring, we take the suckers out, we bring them home, and make dry fish out
Yeah.
of it.
Yeah. Oh man, dry fish of any kind is really good, or
Yeah.
smoked fish. I was at in Edmonton, and I had some smoked salmon, and I love smoked salmon. It's so good. Jamie, I don't know if Jamie Billette is that. She said my grandma used to tell me we have relatives in Turner. She's from Dillon. She used to say we came from Clear Lake.
Jamie,
Billette.
I wonder what her parents' names were.
Jamie, if you're still watching, what's your parents' names? And we're going to get down to the history right now here live on Birch Narrows Dene Nation here. And my mom, she's watching right now. She comes and picks berries, Alice Watney. And she says my grandparents were Josephine and Norbert Billette.
They're my relatives.
Oh.
Yeah, Josephine is my relative.
There you guys go.
Yeah.
There's your how do you say Kukuman, or how do you say grandma and grandpa and Dene? How do you say grandma?
Setsuna.
Setsuna. There you go, Jamie. There's your Setsuna.
Setsia.
Setsia. Yeah, well, I just like I said, I love it up here. I really I go up north sometimes to the Shambo Lake, where I got friends over there, and it's so beautiful. And their communities are really welcome. The northern people, they're very, very welcoming to everybody, to guests. It's kind of just like a thing that just happens. So, do you go down south anytime besides going to Wadena?
Oh, I've been all over.
Yeah. Have you traveled the world?
I travel on a motorcycle across the states.
Are you serious?
Yep.
Wow. You are you serious?
When I was younger, yeah, I
Oh.
was in my 40s.
Wow. Did
Yeah.
you guys hear that? This really is full of surprises. So what have did you cruise on the bike yourself or
No, me and my boyfriend.
or just like in the movies you hugged the old man and
I didn't hug
hair
the old
was
man. I held on to the motorcycle.
cruising around in a motorcycle? Was it a Harley? Was it? Well, obviously it was probably a Harley, no?
No, it's a Yamaha.
Oh, a Yamaha. Wow. So, did you guys just go? Like,
We went on a vacation.
oh, really?
Yeah.
All over the states?
We took our own, like where we stopped, we bought something to eat. We bought our tent along and our beddings.
Yeah.
And we would stop at parks and we'd pitch up the tent and spend the night.
And that's how you do it now. I know there's so much fear, and there's a lot of weirdos out there. There is, but at the same time, you go on YouTube, and I know a lot of people watch YouTube. There's a lot of people that do that. They'll just pack up their truck, and you think every time we go, we always got to stay in hotels and this and that. But you could literally do that. You can just tent on the side of the road or pull over somewhere, and obviously be safe. But I mean, at the same time, those are the kind of adventures that make life happy or make life exciting. Not happy. Oh yeah, happy too.
Yeah, because you gotta be careful. What we did we didn't spend too many nights in the park. What we did was we found a place where it was a bushes hid from the road, and we'd pitch a tent there and park our motorcycle where nobody would see it, and that's where we spend the night. Yeah.
Wow. So there you guys go, man. Don't be scared. And I think that's kind of like the whole theme, I guess, if you would say about this conference is like, don't be scared to get out of your comfort zone and do something that you're scared of, right? Because fear can control your life, right? If you literally let it, fear can control your life. You had a woman here, 7 children, lived in a tent for 2 years, traveled Canada and America in a motorcycle on a Yamaha and hung on and had a great life. You want to get to Veronica's age and have these stories to tell everybody, right? That you lived life. You don't want to say, go back to you said alcohol and drugs are a problem. You don't want to go back to say, oh, I ran with this gang or or deep and everything, or I went on a bender for this many times, or I was high. You wanted to say, I did all this stuff in a healthy way and enjoyed life, eh?
Well, life wasn't all that healthy because after my husband committed suicide when I was 32 years old, like I ended up with all my children, eh?
Yeah.
And life was really hard that time because we never got the kind of monies that people get today. And I had to leave my children with my mom so I could go out and find something else better for them. But I ended up on the wrong foot. I went out there and got into drinking. And till from 33 years old to when I was 50, I drank during that time, eh? And I went through a lot. My kids went through a lot too because of my drinking. And we went from place to place. I came and got my kids and took them to to Meadow Lake because I found a place for them to stay there. So we stayed in Meadow Lake. We stayed all over. Stayed in Meadow Lake. We stayed in Wilkie. We stayed in Hardesty. We stayed in Swift Current. And then we came back here for a while. Then we went back again to Wilkie. And that was the last place where we stayed. One day I just made up my mind when I turned 50.
Yeah.
I said, we're going home. I had enough. I said, we're going to go home and we're going to find a place to stay and we're going to be back in Turner. So we came back here. I had no house.
Yeah.
So when I came back here, I found an abandoned house that was my mom's old house.
Yep.
And windows are broken and things were broken in there. So I said, I'm going to fix this house. And on my birthday, September the 9th, I was painting and fixing and putting windows into the old house so I could have a place to stay. So finally, I finished it,
Yeah.
painted it, and I wrote a big happy birthday on one wall for myself because I was painting a day.
Yeah.
And I was singing happy birthday to me.
It was your birthday that day?
Yeah.
Ah. When is your birthday?
September 9th.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's the little things in life like that too, that are good. But you know what? I'm gonna have to shut this interview down quick because they're playing basketball right here, and we might get a loose ball to the face or the equipment. But Veronica, I want to thank you that you're coming in. Are you coming back for the next 2 days?
I gotta be here till Thursday.
Okay, so we're probably gonna bring Veronica back on and just keep that continuous chat going. And but we want to thank you guys. I think we're gonna shut the live off now, eh? Yeah, I think we're gonna shut the live off now for the rest of the day. Yeah, or what? Is there anything else going on? Yeah, we'll figure out what's going on and see what's up. But if we do go live, we'll let you know. With that, we'll see you guys possibly tomorrow, maybe tonight. Huh? Oh, I guess Willis is gonna jump on. So thank you, Veronica, for coming on, and we'll bring you on again soon. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Willis is gonna jump on here real quick, and then gonna say a few words here, I guess. So yeah, definitely we'll be bringing you on. Thank you.
Oh,
What's up?
What's up? What's up? How's
What's up?
everybody doing? So yeah, we're into the breakout sessions. What do you think of the day here so far? All the presenters, 2 keynote speakers had Ashley join us,
Yeah, those were good.
and Notorious.
Notorious.
I believe we are done for the day.
I'm gonna show the what's going on here. That's you guys are watching there. Where's Mike? He's in the middle there. You can see him. Mike Linklater, aka Chooch.
Basketball session. This evening we've got the Don Burnstick comedy show here. So if you're in Turner Lake,
No, you're looking at day 4, man.
oh my goodness.
Yeah, you're way
Way ahead.
Hold on, you guys. We'll get this right.
Day number 2. Yeah, we've got the supper at 5:30, and then 6:30 we're gonna have a round dance for this evening. I don't know if we're bringing that live. We're gonna find out. I don't think so, but we'll find
who's
out.
singing on that? Oh, it's ask Victor.
Denny.
Actually, I think we should do that one.
Denny drumming. Yep.
If Victor allows us, I think he'll be okay with it. That maybe we'll come back live with the round dance.
So with that, I hope you guys enjoyed the show here today. We brought to you from Birch Narrows Dene Nation. I want to thank everybody for tuning in and being able to comment. Not everybody can be here, but we did our best to bring it to you live. And once again, I want to thank for Birch Narrows inviting us, myself, Willis Janvier, and Nathan Arias, to be able to do this with you. Must-see show. Have a good day.
The round dance really quick. What time's the round dance?
Round dance, it is at 6:30.
6:30 tonight here at the school gym. So if you guys are in Birch Narrows, Turner Lake, or even LaLoche, or
Supper is at 5:30, so come on down and have supper with us too.
Yeah, there you guys go. All right, you guys, we're gonna get out of here because we're gonna get hit by these balls.
Yeah.
Aho! Let's go.